Getting ready, guys.
Good morning, councillors. Tēnā koutou katoa, and welcome to our final council meeting for 2025, Tuesday the 16th of December. I'm not sure where the year has gone, but however it's done it off to us, so we've just got to embrace it. Health and safety matters, we're all pretty familiar with this room, but we know how to exit the building if we need to, out the door that you came in or the door to my left, and the assembly point is, as noted, over on the grass area. We have received 2 apologies for today's meeting, and they are from Councillor Steve Hutt and Councillor Vince Daly. So would someone please be of the mind to move and that we accept those? Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Brett. Oh, lots of hands going up. I love the bigger for today, guys. Thank you. Bring the energy.
It's Christmas.
Okay. Thank you. So
apology for lateness, potentially.
Yeah. Okay. So are we okay to just get that in? Thank you. Good spotting. Sorry about that. All in agreement that we receive those apologies, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, that motion is carried. Thank you. This affirmation is really important to me, and I'm sure it is for you as a councillor, because you've come in your busy world and your work environment, and it gives us a chance to actually consider when we walk through the door why we're here, what is our purpose, and what we are intending to do. So we will pledge that we will faithfully and impartially use our skills, wisdom and judgment throughout the discussions and deliberations ahead of us today, in order to make responsible and appropriate decisions for the benefit of the Hurunui district at large. We commit individually and as council to the principles of integrity and respect, and to the values that we believe distinguish and enrich our district. Thank you. You've all had a wee look at the agenda, councillors. Is there any items on the agenda today that we need to declare a conflict of interest? Right. Thank you. And our usual proceedings is that our meeting is being live streamed and recorded, Graham. Fantastic. Thank you. Just before we get on, I just want to go through I'll check in. Is there any urgent business? And just to make certain that you have received the email for the performance measures came separately to the agenda, but you now have paper and copy in front of you. Thank you. And the financial report, I think you've got a paper copy in front of you again, but Jason circulated that information to you yesterday, last night. You've all got that. And you've also should have received the deputation background material from the Amberley Beach Rakehaven Residents Association. And you've all got that information in front of you. And that information, I guess, will be spoken to at the deputation this afternoon. Just from a timing perspective, councillors, I intend to break for morning tea at 10 AM. We have a special celebration for one of our staff members, so we will work towards 10 o'clock. I'm planning to offer you a half an hour morning tea, A, because it's Christmas, and B, we've got time. And C, because we're actually celebrating a really special staff member. So, but I do need to stick with that time, but I do request that you are back in the room at 10:45 for I'm hoping that will be our first decision item, which is the Water Services Council Controlled Organisation, so the draft constitution and shareholder agreement. We've got the council legal advisor in attendance via Zoom, so and he will be with us via Zoom at 10:45. Welcome, Dave. So if we could please meet those timeframes for today, that'd be great. And then we'll work through the rest of the items on the agenda. We will break for lunch about 12:30 and be back in the room for our deputation at 1 PM, and probably looking to conclude today around afternoon tea time to give this room time to be prepared for our student achiever ceremony, which begins here at 5 o'clock, which I'm making the assumption that you will all be able to be in attendance for as we celebrate our young people. So that would be fantastic. So that's sort of how the day's going to run. If you're all comfortable with that, we will work through the minutes of the, I think there's 3 lots of minutes that we need to get through. So starting on page 4, it's looking at the council meeting date of the 25th of November. And I'll just step through those pages reasonably quickly, if I may. Page 4, 5 and 6. Sorry, Fiona.
If you just on page 5, on matters arising, I asked a question about whether youth members of committee youth advisors, community boards would have access to public excluded items. I'm not sure if we've had a response to that just yet. So just, it's not urgent, but I'm just.
Yeah. So can I just hold that, and we'll just work through these for accuracy and take that as matters arising?
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right. So page 4, 5 and 6, looking for accuracy. Page 6, 7 and 8, thank you, Brett.
Could I just add, there was a point somewhere through here where I asked a question about whether or not the extension of the bund and the retention of the current road was an option that was explored, but I don't see it recorded anywhere there.
So are we looking under 5.1? Is that correct on page 6? No, that's not right. Sorry, over page, sorry.
It was after my question on page 6 in relation to the western alignment. There's a couple after that, but I don't see it.
So I'm guessing that, Graham, your notes would have been pretty much verbatim on the recording. That's correct?
I know, the minutes that go from my notes from the meeting.
Yeah.
So the recording is there as a backup.
Backup.
I don't actually use it to prepare the minutes.
Right.
Although I do recall that being.
Yes, if you paragraph at the top of page 8, it does mention in there the extension of the bund. In response to a question, he said there had been consideration of extending the Amberley Beach bund.
My apologies, Dean. I was looking for the notation under my
Yes,
name.
yeah.
I think the point
Yeah.
is there, but
Yes.
not under your name.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. So we've cleared that. So are you comfortable with that, councillor?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Excellent.
So just going through for accuracy, page 7, 8, 9, 10. Just a really small one, I think, Graham, on page 9. Councillor Davies, the first paragraph, to relocate Amberley Village. And I think that should be Amberley Beach Village, just for improvements in the future. 9, 10, 11 and 12. 13 and 14. So that is the minutes of the 25th. So we've had a wee discussion on, and there's some minor accuracies there. But I'll pick up those matters arising in a minute. But if someone willing to move that we receive those minutes, thank you, Fiona, with those minor adjustments. Thank you, Tom, to second that. All in agreement to that, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, that motion's carried. So just picking up on Fiona's page 5, that was under matters arising from the previous minutes around youth, receiving. So maybe is there a response to that?
Madam, yes, I did have a discussion with the cabinet team leader about this. There's no guidance in the legislation around it. So we're proposing to have a policy approach that if the youth members are a member of the youth council, they are covered by the council's code of conduct process and the obligations to maintain the confidence. So as long as they are a youth council member that's been appointed to the 20s, they will be given access to public excluded information. But it will be different if it's not a youth council meeting. So we'll just see how that plays out. And my apologies, we're going to email councils. We haven't.
Okay, thank you, Graham. Happy with that, Fiona?
Thank you, yes.
Perfect, thank you. So further matters arising, page 7 and 8. we've dealt with your issue, Brett, I think
Thank
it's
you.
the, thank you, 9 and 10, thanks Pauline.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. Just wondered if there were any updates in regards to the decision that was made in regards to the Grierson Avenue proposed extension.
So you're looking for any progress, is that what you're
Yes,
asking?
please.
Alright, Hamish, have you got anything you'd like to provide there?
There's some matters of public excluded regarding that I can provide an update on, but as far as your approval of the extension, that is going to be debt funded. I mean, that's all there, but there's still the purchase of the land issues which are in public excluded.
I'll ask that question in public excluded. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just on page 8, I felt there was some comments made by Councillor Daly. I just wanted to challenge the fact that he referred to the Amberley Beach by putting infrastructure in a red zone, which is patently not correct. I'm not speaking about changing it, I just think it's not an appropriate comment. So I just wanted to know
Yes,
that.
we can just note that in the minutes. Thank you, Brian. So thank you, that point you've raised is noted. Radio 19, 11, and 12, is there any further matters arising, councillors, on those set of minutes? No, that's great, thank you. I'll take us to our second set of minutes, which is our presentation committee day on the 2nd of December. So just for accuracy, page 15, 16, 17, 18 through to 21. Is there any matters of accuracy on that set of minutes, councillors? That being the case, someone like to move that we receive those in true and accurate? Brett, sorry. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Chris. Scarlett. We will receive those minutes as a true and accurate record. All in agreement to that, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, that motion's carried, thank you. So is there any matters arising from those sets of minutes? I have I need to say, I said I was going to go back to Councillor Daly, that was over the Braden River, and I've got a wee asterisk there, I haven't done that, so I'll get back to Vince and tell him what to do as far as process goes. Sorry, Pauline and then Robbie.
Thank you.
Arising.
Just that we had a deputation there from Mr. John Wayers, and he requested a response to his query, and I just wondered if that response had been provided, and if so.
No, it hasn't been responded yet, but we're seeking some legal opinion on how to respond. I think you've had some discussion.
That's correct.
Yeah, and it will
The
be,
legal response isn't going to be vastly different to what the original response we provided, which had everything he requested, but we'll get a bit of clarification.
Thank you, I appreciate that update.
it is my intention to have that out before Christmas. That is what we're working on. Thank you. Anything else, councillors, matters arising from that set of minutes? Thank you. So our third set of minutes, probably looking to Dave and Robbie, the members present on the temporary road closures. You both probably had a wee read through that. It was in regard to the Hammer Springs Association Christmas parade. Have you read those minutes, Robbie and Dave, and you're happy with this, no corrections required?
I think when we typo, we pick up on that too.
Okay, are you happy to move that those
Happy.
minutes have been received as true and accurate? With that slight typo, are you happy to second that, Dave? Thank you. All in agreement to that, please say aye. That's carried, thank you. And I guess the matters arising from that, Tom, is it was a successful day on Sunday?
Very successful day.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it.
Good to know other Christmases. Well done. Thank you. So just trying to rattle through these, but we have our council forward or known forward work program. You'll see there are some items there, but once we get into the new year, that will certainly get populated by either critical agenda items or matters of note. So you're not aware of anything else for the moment coming, Graham or Hamish? No, thank you. And in front of you on page 24 and 25, you will note the Mayor's diary as well. Is there any questions from councillors in regard to the activities? I'm really grateful that, I'll come in a minute, grateful that Dave attended the AIC, Amiri Irrigation AGM. Thank you, Dave. Fiona attended with the meeting with the schools and the Chinese Roadshow on the 4th. Tom was working that day, so unable to join us. And that's, yeah, so happy to take questions. Thanks.
Madam Mayor, Chinese Roadshow, Mary Area School. Could I ask a questions about that? How did that go? I was giving an overview on it,
Yeah,
obviously
100%.
with my relationship with that
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, no, this has been, so you'll be aware that earlier this year, I'm sorry, you may not be aware, but for the last 2 years, our council has hosted 30 students from Chongqing in China, which is our sister district relationship. And so last year and this year, 30 young people came through from 3 different high schools in Chongqing and stayed in Hammer Springs and visited and had days at Amuri, Cheviot and Hiranui College. And I hosted them at Pyramid Valley to see the moa bones, because that's quite a significant relationship with Riwi Ali and the yep. So I've been working with Madam He, the Chinese consulate in Christchurch, with the view to potentially taking some of our senior students from the 3 area schools for a visit into China, perhaps at the end of next year. So this roadshow was really considering having some of those early discussions. So in attendance was the principal and deputy principal of Amuri, the deputy principal of Cheviot, and the deputy of Hiranui and senior teacher. So it was really to consider how that might fit in the educational calendar, and what would be the possibility or the likelihood to take some of our young people and experience the cultural exchange that they would receive if they had that, if we could facilitate that opportunity. Madam He, I would have to say, is extremely supportive of helping us facilitate that. So we just need to work through that really carefully and go through the consulate and see if that can work, I guess. Yeah, so very early days. The school system are really excited about giving the young people that opportunity, but yeah, as I said, it's very seedling discussion. Fiona, do you want to add anything to that?
No, look, I think there was a lot of information. I think from what I could see, there's good relationships there that, and I agree that they're keen to facilitate something. It's a wee bit complex, I guess, but I think we may have some luck.
Awesome.
I think sorry, did you want to say something, Brett? No, sorry. The idea would be to consider year 12s for next year, so that they come back into year 13 excited, and perhaps if it was successful, in a 2 years' time or something like that. So as I said, it's very, very early in its thinking, but we need to actually get on it. If it's going to happen at the end of next year, we need to start the ball rolling, so to speak. So yeah, so that's quite exciting from a young person's perspective from our district, actually, to have that opportunity and relationship. Okay, any other questions? The only other thing I'll draw your attention to is you'll see on the 25th of September, we had a meeting, I beg pardon, 24th. Hamish and I had a meeting with the Amberley Beach residents and ratepayers. The MP Stuart Smith was in attendance, there was 5 members, so I guess that's in relation to our deputation at 1 o'clock today. At that meeting, it was decided that several points of interest, and I think you've got some of that information that's come through last night, that because of there was about 11 points, I think, and so we asked for a formal letter, which we've duly received, and I think the discussion was that we would respond to that letter early in the new year to give us a wee bit of time. We have a draft set, but that's not quite ready to go yet. So I just wanted to give you that information so that you have full awareness of that discussion as well. So
There was a couple of puzzle blocks around the table about that date, Madam Mayor. It was 24th of November.
Oh.
So there was a couple of people who were puzzled with it.
oh, it's good to know that you're all listening. Thank you. Thank you for picking up on that. Sorry about that. Actually, and the only other thing to delete out, I wasn't able to attend the Hanmer Springs Christmas Parade. Tom was there because I had the naval service in Christchurch on that day. So other than that, the mayoral diary is reasonably complete. Okay. So with that, if there's no further questions around that, can I ask someone to move that we receive the No Untoward Work Programme and the Mayor's Diary? Thanks, Chris. Do I have a seconder? Fiona? All in agreement with that, please say aye.
Aye.
I'll probably, that's because we've got no council working groups at the moment, so that's all fine. Now we're a little bit ahead of time, so that's probably a wee bit tricky. Maybe, yep, we'll just wait. Here? Okay. So we're doing just nicely on time. So what we're going to do now, when Judith comes in, her husband and Jeff, one of their family are with us, but we're going to celebrate Judith's 30 years at Curnow District Council, and then we're going to break for morning tea. So, but we'll wait. If you just hold fire for a minute, I will. We'll wait till Judith comes back in the room. Good, thank you. How are you? And Jeff, is it?
Yes, it is.
How are you going, Jeff? I'm Mary. It's nice to have you with us. Find yourself a seat. So this is a pretty important day, and we've raced through the agenda to get to you, Judith. So that's pretty cool. But just for elected members' perspective, the staff recently had a morning tea to acknowledge Judith's 30 years. Hamish did a speech. Thank you, Hamish. It was a wonderful, well-considered speech as well, so I do appreciate that. But I felt and feel, like I'm sure you will as well, that it's really important that we celebrate with Judith, for her 30 years. So, do you want to come and join me, Judith? Just bring your piece of paper. Pieces. I've only got one page. Come, Judith. Today we're celebrating an incredible milestone, 30 years of Judith Batchelor at Curnow District Council. However, I need to let you all know, I first met Judith in my old role, when Judith was a brand new mum with a brand new baby in her arms, and I just think, wow.
Look at him now.
Look at him now. It must have been amazing advice that you got. So fantastic, so we've kind of sort of had touch points along the way, which is fantastic. I had to Google this, so I'm hoping Google's right, Judith. Judith is an experienced executive leader with 35 years in local government. 40. Oh, 40. Google wasn't correct. 40. Okay, 40 years. That's better. with a vast range of experience from property, environmental health and regulatory services, and I'm sure a whole heap more. Which probably means, Judith, that you've seen more change, more systems, and probably more passwords than most of us care to remember. Judith, however, your 30 decades here, you've been an absolute constant. While John...
30 years. 30 decades.
We did say we were going to make this humorous. While job titles, technology and fashions may have come and gone, fashions are important because Judith and I, we were quite good at doing a bit of speed shopping there for a while. Don't block your ears in, it's okay. We did have a pair of shoes the same at one point, and we were quite good, weren't we, at doing things. So all above board, Hamish, don't panic. But you've remained steady, reliable and quietly getting things done. Over the years, you've seen councils and elected members change, and through that time, you've remained committed, professional, and deeply caring about the work you do and the people you work with. That's good. Your knowledge of this organisation is legendary. If there is a question that starts with, does anybody remember when? Probably the answer is better ask Judith. And you always do it with patience, kindness, and not a hint of, I've already explained this to you once, even though you probably have, and I know that I've probably been on the back end of that on several occasions. But what really sets you apart is the way you support people, you take time to listen, and you genuinely care. Many of us have been helped, guided, or rescued by Judith at some point, and we're all better off because of that. There are some key milestones that I can think of, the first being the district plan review. I was relatively new at that time, and we embarked on a full review of that massive piece of work. I don't know how many workshops we had, my gosh, it was massive, wasn't it? But that's when we did the speed shopping, so it's okay. So many parties, and to achieve that foundational document was quite a remarkable feat, and all with your direction and guidance, so thank you. And more recently, of course, the passion and dedication you have invested in the upgrade of the Soldiers Block in Hammer Springs. As I've already said, the staff have recently acknowledged Judith's 30 years, but I consider this a worthy recognition from an elected member's perspective. Judith, thank you for your loyalty, your professionalism, your sense of humour, and your unwavering commitment to the Haranui district and to the people who have worked here, both past and present. You're an amazing woman, one that I feel very proud to have worked alongside. I'm proud of your grit and determination and your positive attitude. Congratulations on your 30 years, an outstanding achievement. I did find this little whakatauki, which simply says, He manawa titi. So this whakatauki celebrates a person with great endurance. It is used to honour a person in a local community that has contributed greatly. Thank you, Judith.
Thank you, Mari, for your kind words. So I've officially survived 30 years in one organisation. I've been here so long, I remember when the biggest workplace innovation was coloured post-it notes. When I started, the internet made weird noises, phones had cords, and the only cloud we talked about was the one ruining your weekend plans. Bad guys were Harry and Marv from Home Alone. Now we've got cloud computing, cloud storage, and bad guys trying to hack your personal details. Farming was livestock and crop production, now it includes wind and solar farming. And over the years, I've seen it all, restructures, office renovations, and I think we've lost about half the trees surrounding the office in the process. The backyard cricket pitch is now a car park, and if you survive long enough, you become part of the furniture, a thanks stand, a fixture, a fitting, and apparently a chattel. I think that's a compliment, I hope. I was surprised a couple of weeks ago when Robbie revealed that I'd been training to be an opera singer. And Dan let slip I'd been in a rock band. Jason has taught me a whole new vocabulary when the auditors are here. Thanks, Jace. And the mayor and I share a passion for shoe shopping. And that gatepost has heard a few stories. I guess over time, the stories develop a life of their own and fiction feels like fact. I've worked on some incredible projects. The Cape Valley landfill. There was a district hearing over weeks here in the chambers and then more weeks in the Environment Court. And I've been on the community liaison group for 15 years. Two wind farms, Mount Cass and Meridian at Greta Valley, both ended up in the Environment Court. Interesting, the Environment Court one was some temporary containers by the Bridge of Remembrance and the other one was at Ellington Raceway. District plan review with hearings in the Amberley Fire Station. It was a unique situation that when the fire alarm went off, we had to stay where we were, not run out of the building. A judicial review of a non-notified decision in relation to the operation of jet boats that went to the High Court. And the Canterbury earthquakes and the Hiranui Waia earthquake sequence, where for 4 weeks there was a controller in the council EOC. Coastal conversations, numerous community meetings, culminating in winning 2 awards. The fly ride, I had dust off my planning school and appear as an expert witness in the Environment Court. And that sat for a week in the Hamner Hotel in Hamner Springs. And my favourite project of all is the restoration of the Soldiers Block. It's a very special opening on Anzac Day. It's a legacy project that I'm extremely proud of. There's been a few other projects which have been very challenging. Think about Hamish actually reminded me of the frost fans in Waipara, and I didn't appreciate the 3 AM phone calls. Mapping SNA is an outstanding landscapes. I can tell you it's a very long drive back from Mount Lyford on a cold June night with the tail between your legs. Slope hazard zones in Mount Lyford. I thought Hamish and I were actually going to expire from the heat in the Mount Lyford Lodge. In dog control hearings in the district court. It wasn't somewhere I'd been either on a Monday morning, and so it's quite an interesting place with life's more colourful characters waiting for their call up after the weekend's misdemeanours. So this is when I've perhaps seen the worst of the community that we live in, the hostility and the personal attacks. I've always tried to hold my head up high and retain my composure. My professional integrity has always been very important to me. Hamish has noticed that I'm someone who brings the voice of conscience. I think, Mari, perhaps we're a bit kind. Sometimes I do maybe bring a potentially much needed dose of reality. And some elected members may have largely benefited from my straight up approach. Or not. There's still time. So what a journey it's been as a woman leader. I've sat in meetings where I've had to smile politely while being called feisty for simply having a backbone. I've juggled leadership with life and I've learned that assertive is just bossy with better PR. I've also seen changed and I've mentored and worked with incredible women and have helped build a culture where leadership isn't defined by gender, but by grit, grace and a good sense of humour. Also worked with some incredible men, supportive, encouraging, and a little bit inappropriate. I'm not looking at you, Robbie, in particular. And I'm especially proud of the young planners who passed through this organisation and have gone on to have amazing careers. And through it all, I've kept going, powered by an overwhelming passion for projects and people and sheer stubbornness. And Hamish described that as perseverance. I've tried to maintain a work-life balance. That sometimes means answering emails while cooking dinner, shifting cattle in between Zoom calls, or helping with maths homework I don't understand, while mentally preparing for tomorrow's 8 AM meeting. I'm very grateful for the support I've received from my family, Ian looking after the kids and cooking dinner when I'm late home, and listening to my rants when I feel an injustice. I tried my best to be at sports days, assemblies, starts recitals, swimming competitions. I can cook for 30 in a small motel kitchen, and I'm pretty good on a cricket scoreboard book. And I love my 9 and wine golf ladies. So today I'm not just celebrating 30 years of service, I'm celebrating 30 years of showing up, speaking up, and occasionally shaking things up. I'm proud of the work, the wins, and the wonderful chaos that comes with leading, learning, and laughing through it all. So thank you to everyone who's been part of this journey, especially those who've shared the challenges and the hugs when it all felt a bit much, and the occasional eye roll in solidarity. And through it all, there's always morning tea, so let's enjoy it.
Thank you for sharing from your perspective. You know, it's quite remarkable. I mean, for those of you who don't know, Judith's actually born in Cheviot, so you know she's true Taranui girl. You know, so we'll claim her. But it's just lovely to have you, Ian and Jeff, with us today, and thank you for coming along and sharing, or hearing some of what Judith does in a day, but actually letting us share Judith in your lives as well.
Thanks very much.
Cool. Let's have a cup of tea. Okay, thanks, Judith. So we've got, you're doing okay? Or we need to be back in the room here by 10:45, but seated by 10:45 would be great. Thank you. So we'll adjourn now, Graham. Thank you. And have a cup of tea. We are, thank you, Graham. We are anticipating Mark Cotton from Butler Finley, our legal advisors, to come in on this call, but he's not yet done so. So we will continue with the paper as written. So I will ask you councillors to turn to page 26 in your agenda, and this is the Water Services Council controlled organisation draft constitution and shareholder agreement. For many of you, you will be very familiar with this process. This has been, we've been on this journey for a long time now. And as council, we've been heavily involved in the transition to the WISCO, as we call it. And I'm grateful that Claire has been in the driver's seat, I guess, with good support from Jason and Hamish and their colleagues up in Kaikoura to develop this these very legal documents to ensure that our district is well set up with the retention of shares for our district, and that was always, you know, a bit of a dividing line, a baseline. So Claire, I'm going to hand over to you to take us through this paper. If Mark comes in, he will just join that conversation, and so yeah, if I can ask you to speak to the paper, take us through what you need to take us, and then I will open it up for questions, just for councillors to feel equally confident that we're tracking in the right direction for our district. So thank you, Claire.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you are aware, we've gone through quite a process to get to this point. It's very much been a team effort, and with the councillors also part of the team. We've had the project team working on the draft documents, then the reference group got together, which included councillors from Kaikoura and Haranui and the CEOs. Then we've had the 2 workshops, one in Kaikoura and one here, and all the way along we've had lots of legal advice. It's been quite an expensive exercise, but one which is we can't do it without them. So in terms of some of the key features of the documents in front of you, they refer to the appointment of the board, and that there will be 3 joint directors and 2 individually appointed directors. On some relatively recent discussion, it requires the agreement of both councillors to terminate the term of the director. Directors can serve up to 3 terms of up to 3 years each. There is provision in there for additional partners, and there's also provision for what happens if circumstances change and one partner wishes to move on within 12 months' notice. That's not an easy thing to do, and there'll be quite a lot of work associated with it, but there is that clause in there. The Constitution provides that it is possible to pay dividends, but it is not expected that the WISCO will do so, certainly not until the depreciation is fully funded. But it's in there for possible future dates because we don't wish to bind the company for the future. In terms of existing debt, it's expected that that will transfer from the Hurunui District Council across to the WISCO on or abouts, or in a series of payments, or following the 1st of July 26. It is necessary for both councils to guarantee that debt, and they will be jointly and severally liable. It is LGFA's advice that they will make any calls on the guarantee based on the number of connections. Obviously, we don't have the documentation at this time, but that's what they've indicated, and therefore there is a provision indemnifying councils within the shareholders agreement. What that means is, although the call from the LGFA would be based on the number of connections, the parties would divvy up between them, so it was based on the attributable debt at the time of the call. Because what Kaikoura is very loath to obviously guarantee all of Hurunui's debt on day one, so there's no intention that that would be occur. In terms of the statement of expectations, it is expected that both councils will prepare a statement of expectations and provide it to the board of the WISCO. That's a relatively unusual thing. It's usual to have 1, but it's possible to have 2. They could be the same. It is then up to the board what they do with that statement of expectations in terms of be coming back to us with a plan. Anything else I was supposed to talk about? I think that's the main features. Anything you wish to highlight, Hamish?
Yes, thanks, Chair. There's a couple of things that I did want to highlight to you. So this constitution probably differs from what you see from the company constitution that was caused by a merger of two organisations, and we refer to our arrangement as a federation of two water units, in that there's going to be differential pricing, there's going to be differential debt, and we wanted to keep the ownership of the assets clear so that in the event of something happening, that the Huranui assets remain Huranui assets and the Kaikoura assets remain Kaikoura assets. So it differs from probably what the government envisaged, because the government envisaged people would just merger and there'd be smoothing of pricing and all those sorts of things. We also tried to keep the constitution really flexible as far as both these parties are concerned, but also if another party was to join, how would that impact and how would that change things? So we've created this ability for a party to unilaterally leave with a 12 months notice, and those assets then returning back to that council and so forth. Now, we know we've got an opinion from our lawyers on this, and the opinion highlights a couple of these matters. There's also this issue where we've created the ability for each council to appoint a director individually as a council, but requiring both councils to agree to the removal of that director. So these things are quite unusual in terms of normal sort of companies law as well. So Claire's covered off the debt issue and the liquidation. So if we turn to Mark's letter, we thought it was prudent that we got Mark to write us a letter on these things, because he noted that a few of the structures were not as per standard. And in 3A, he notes that it departs from normal company practice. So preordaining redemption of shareholder capital. So this is the issue of basically allowing people to leave the organisation and create a pathway for it and having a structure for that to happen. We've done that deliberately so that Huranui assets remain Huranui assets and Kaikoura assets remain Kaikoura assets. So there's a rationale behind it. It's not just some random thing that we come up with, but it is unusual. And the director appointment rights for individual shareholders. So allowing an individual shareholder to appoint a director is quite unusual, but we felt it was important that there was some connection between the council and directors, a feeling that the councils had a real say, and we felt that the appointment of an individual director by each council to sit with equal rights, they're not there representing the shareholding, they're there as directors of the company and their obligations to the company under company's law, but it's the fact that you have had the right to appoint your own person that hasn't had to be agreed with the other council. And both councils were quite keen on that at the time. So the other point I wanted to note in his letter was the final point where he notes some reservations. And he understands, because we've explained to him what we're doing, why we've done these things. You know, it does create some risk. The fact that if you appoint a director, it requires both councils to terminate that director, for example, creates a certain risk that you might no longer be happy with the decisions of that individual director, but you can't just terminate that individual director. But there will be times when council is potentially not in alignment with the WISCO on some of its thinking, and we felt it provides a better safeguard for the directors, for both councils to have to agree to the termination of those directors, as it would with any other director. So, so that's a potential risk. The risk of a party leaving the organisation in a normal event, if you merge two things to form a company, basically it's set like that forever. You don't create a pathway to exit where you can get your assets back, etc., etc. That's not normal practice, and so it makes it easy for either party to leave, basically, because we know what the breakup process is. That's not normally specified, and you know, Mark, I think may have the view that it makes it too easy for someone to leave, but Kaikoura wants that ability to leave, and we also may want the ability to leave as well. So, for example, if another party came along and one of us wanted to join up with the other party and the other one didn't, then how do you get that to a place where people are happy, satisfied with the outcome? And the ability to leave seems like the best way to do that. So, you know, we arrived at the fact that we're going to form the smallest Wisco in the country, basically, the smallest joint Wisco in the country, and that there may be some advantages to scale and getting other parties along. So, but it becomes pretty difficult in any other situation. So Mark's highlighted these issues. We've worked through them. We're comfortable with them. I'm comfortable with them. But Mark has an obligation to tell you that this is some risk. There's some things in here which wouldn't normally be considered under the normal course of merging a couple of organisations, but we've done them with reason, and we're comfortable with where we've got to. So I will leave it there. Is Mark?
No.
Okay.
Come on, yeah. Okay.
So it would have been preferable if Mark could have spoken to you about those reservations, but I think I'll cover them off. So, you, Madam Mayor.
Good. Thank you. Yeah, so we will interrupt this discussion. If we do happen to get Mark on the line, it would be good to have him provide some of that guidance as well. But you know, this is notwithstanding that fact, this is a significant document that we're addressing here today, and I suspect, like myself, that you have got some questions around that to get a sense of comfort that what we are proposing and what Kaikoura will propose tomorrow is going to be the establishment of the constitution and the shareholder agreement purpose, enduring, notwithstanding the thought of comfortable for design exit plan as well. So I'm happy to receive some questions from councillors if you have some questions to either Claire or Hamish in regard to what you've read, what you've heard, and then we'll just work our way through that document. So the floor is yours, councillors. Questions? Thank you, Pauline.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the commentary around the paper and the legal advice. Just one thing, actually, just to put out there, I guess, and I did raise this previously, is on page 41, 42, just in regards to disqualification of directors, that a person will be disqualified from holding the office of director. I'm looking at C. And the only reason I raise this is that, you know, I'm aware that there are going to be a number of in-house business units and entities seeking directorships, you know, in this period of time. And that clause there would preclude anyone who was, for example, sitting as an independent member on one of our committees to be a director, and they may have the skills that are required. And I understand the conflict of interest there, but I was hoping that Mark would be here to traverse that potential with.
I think you can pretty well cover that off, Hamish.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, if someone's an independent member on one of our committees, could they be a director? And
This
so,
precludes it.
Under that clause, no, it's precluded. The rationale behind that is because they would have a conflict of interest that they would have to deal with, and would rather have clear lines of sight on these things. In fact, we've gone quite some way to provide those clear separation between the business of the councils and the business of the WISCO. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm quite comfortable with that explanation, and we have discussed it. I just wanted to raise it that, you know. So thank you.
Good. Thanks, Pauline. Dave.
Yeah, through the chair. I probably have some concerns in agreement with what Mark is saying about. I see this as the WISCO as a journey to other entities coming in it, because there's, you know, I'm on record as thinking the size of the WISCO we've got, there's no relevance for it. But so moving forward, and then I compare it to, say, the industry that I've had 40 years with and watched a lot of mergers, which are not a little bit dissimilar with cooperatives in the dairy industry.
Can I just hold you for a moment there? We've just got Mark coming in on the line. So I'll come back to you, Dave. Is that okay? Sorry. It's probably better that he hears your question so he can have a response. Good morning, Mark. My name's Mari Black, Mayor of the Hurunui. We've just opened up our paper on the Water Services Council controlled organisation, and Claire has presented the paper. Hamish has followed through with some, you know, early information, I guess, in regard to what we have read in the paper. And I've just opened it up for councillors to ask questions in regard to the paper. Have you seen the paper that we've got in front of us, or?
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've just got, so we've got two councillors away, but I've got a question coming from Councillor Dave Hislop, and I'm just going to ask him to go back on his question so that you just get the tone or the theme of the questioning. And if you can support us, and I'll call on Hamish and Claire as well to provide the context that they, if questions arise around that. So are you comfortable with that?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. So Councillor Hislop.
Yeah, through the mayor. So what I was just saying is, coming from the dairy industry and watching over 40 years of mergers of a cooperative, so a little bit similar to councils merging and whatever. So my concern is that I see going forward, for this WISCO to work, we will be in with other WISCOs, other territory authorities or whatever, because it's just too small. And I'm just not sure, if I looked at my industry where all the dairy companies have merged over 40 years, and you had a clause in there, we don't like it, we're going to pull out our assets and untangle it. I just don't think it would work. And would it be, once you've tangled everything up together, you've done it for all these efficiencies, and I see going forward, we may be with Ashburton, we may be with Timaru, or whatever, and we don't like it. You've got a group of councillors in the future, a parochial type thing coming back, and we don't like this. You know, I just have a concern about being able to take the assets out, where the dairy companies would at the start would value your assets going in, and that's how you would pay a differential, or you would pay something, and it would be recognised at the start.
So Mark, are you able to perhaps provide?
Yeah, I am able to speak to this, and frankly, I share your concern, because even if you provide for it at day one, and we have done that as far as we can, as things move on, inevitably it becomes more complicated. And so I actually had quite a useful process with Claire and Jason Beck over the course of the process, just testing a number of things. So acknowledge the concern, and I think it's still there, but to the extent we can, there is provision for this to be unwound. We've got a prenup, if you like. So that comes in a number of different ways, including there's provision for separate accounting for the assets of each or attributable to each council in the shareholders agreement. And there's also this concept of redeemable shares, which is permissible under company law. So there is at least the possibility of redemption of a shareholder's shares. Where it will become difficult is where the Wisco takes on debt. Again, we've provided for separate or debt to be attributable separately, essentially with a balance sheet for each shareholder within the company's financial statements. But I do query whether that will survive any period of time. It might be a right day one, but 5-10 years into it, I think it will be more difficult to unwind.
So,
Thank you.
I guess this council expressed a strong preference, as did Kaikoura, that there was some direct input from the councils, some direct control, and how that can work. The idea that the Crown has was to separate these things completely, so your only input would be through your statement of expectations and then your feedback on the SOI. So the sort of federation model that we've come up with has been to try and give effect to the feedback we've had from you as councillors about your desires in this regard, the appointing of independent directors and so forth and so on, and also taking into account the feedback from Kaikoura District Council, who, obviously we're going in there with a lot more debt. They didn't want, if there was a breakup of the company, to be responsible for removing debt. So, we agree with Mark that it is unusual and it's not what you'd see under company law. But also, Dave, you talked about, merger of dairy companies. I would suggest to you that it's quite unusual in a merger of a company to have a requirement that the organisation has to supply its product to any competitor. So, there's all sorts of unusual things that happen in these arrangements when mergers happen. And as I say, this is less of a merger and more of a federation of two councils willing to have a crack together. So I think, we need to understand the drivers, acknowledge the risk that Mark has highlighted, but also understand the drivers that you've given us to work with.
Yeah, I also think to the, we've, and this is a bit of testing, and when to the maximum extent possible, we've provided for it. There's a pathway for unwinding, should that be required in the future. It will depend on, careful accounting and ongoing thought about how assets and liabilities are attributed to each party. But, with that, subject to that discipline being in place, it is possible.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I've got another question coming forward. So, Councillor Brent Jones, thank you.
Through the chair, if I could just ask, and I apologise if it's been covered previously, why the 12-month exit if we were going to acknowledge that it's likely in the future we may end up establishing a relationship with another authority, to exit one arrangement and to enter into another all within a 12-month period seems an extremely short time. Was any consideration given to perhaps that being any longer, and if not, why not?
Hamish, can I come to you, clear to, and then Mark, maybe you can add whatever you need to add. Maybe can you give us the thought process to that time frame that Councillor Jones is asking?
You're right, there would be quite a lot to do within that period. Having said that, we're currently trying to do exactly just that thing. We're aiming to be up by next July. In terms of why not longer, If one party is hoping to exit, they're hoping to exit for presumably a good reason, and they presumably have another plan in mind. 12 months should hopefully be enough time for the remaining partner to make a choice as to whether they wish to be a single council CCO or to join with another partner. It will take all 12 months, yep, and there may be some work to be done afterwards, as there will be in this case, but it should be enough to be able to extract the assets and do the next thing.
Any comments?
No, I think that covers it.
Okay, Mark, is there anything? No? Okay, thanks, thank you, Brett. Is there, so Tom?
Through you, Madam Chair, and this is to everybody really, I see an awful lot in these documents about the rights of the shareholders and of the councils and their obligations and what have you. I see nothing in there about the customers, the consumers. There is very little in there, or I can't see hardly anything in there that guarantees the customers the right to water, the right to healthy fresh water, the right to reasonable prices and things like that. I just feel that this is very biased in favour of the providers, and I don't see anything there on behalf of the consumers, who are the majority of us here anyway. Would I be fair in saying that?
Is that the role of ROI and Commerce Commission?
Two regulators
Yeah.
ensuring exactly that.
Yeah.
We've got the ROI, who regulates the quality of the water supplied and actually who gets supplied. As we've recently seen in Kyo, where they've said, no, that's now the responsibility of the local water provider, no longer the responsibility of the private company. And we've got the Commerce Commission, who are regulating price. So we've got price and quality regulation all there. That's all representing the consumers.
We didn't think to put that in these documents, that
No, I don't
the
think-
consumers have rights.
I don't think they're fundamental to the Constitution. They're regulated rights, and if you put something in the Constitution and the law changes, you know, then that changes those regulated rights.
Yeah, I do think these documents are primarily about regulating the relationship between the shareholders. There is, however, I'm sure there is provisions in there making it clear that the WISCO is to be a water services provider in accordance with both the 2025 Act and I'm sure there's probably a reference to the 2021 Act as well. So there is reference to the underlying statute and body of law that requires those quality obligations to be maintained.
So further to that, the consumer don't have any rights over this company whatsoever either.
So the consumers' rights are exercised through the council, and that you get to appoint, well, you get to jointly appoint 3 directors, you get to appoint 1 director on your own, you get to have your statement of shareholder expectations, so you put that forward on behalf of the consumers, what you expect from the WISCO, and then the WISCO responds with a statement of intent, what it intends to do, and then you then get to comment on the statement of intent. So you have influence on behalf of the consumers through those mechanisms.
But if there were 5 directors and we as a council only get to appoint 1, then we are in a minority position right from the word go, and so are our constituents, and so is our consumers.
So directors have to act in the best interest of the company under the Companies Act. They're not there to act in the best interest of consumers or shareholders. Their obligation under the Act is to act in the best interest of the company.
So that comes back to my very first point, is that there are no rights in here for the consumers or customers.
You're correct, there are no rights written into the document about those things, but there is reference to the water regulator through the Act and the price regulation. So through the Act, it's referenced in reference to those acts.
Mark, have you got a further comment to that, or?
Yes, I do. Because this has come up in a number of these situations. The water services provider is the WISCO, and that's the one that's subject to the body of law that requires it to both provide quality of water, provide service generally. So there's an absolute obligation to provide once connected, and then also, as Hamish mentioned, will be subject pricing regulation from the Commerce Commission. That's quite a common position. That's the obligations of the corporate entity that we're in the process of forming. As Hamish mentioned, the directors are to the entity and not to shareholders, and nor are they to consumers. And again, that's quite a established principle of company law. So if a director is acting in the best interest of the company, one of the things that you would expect that director to do would be to make sure that the company complies with its legal obligations and it does its job. So again, that's quite appropriate. And in fact, there's been a little bit of debate, the initial DIA drafts, which have been rejected by a number of local authorities. There was a whole lot of duties embedded on directors to comply with the water services regulation, and a number of councils pushed back because they rightly said it's a difficult assignment for a director to have more than one master or more than one entity to which they owe duties. And I agree, that's completely appropriate. So that's the line. We've followed this, I guess, the well-trodden path with this constitution and shareholders agreement in that regard.
Thanks, Mark. I've got a question coming from Councillor Chris Carthy. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Do bear with me, please, people. I've got a couple of questions. They kind of relate to one another. I notice the board is in a position, once it's elected, to self-evaluate itself. How do we see that process and how would we deem it? I know the answer is probably what I'm thinking, but I'd like to hear it instructed to the room so that we're able to understand it clearly going forward, as one of my questions. How would that be resolved?
Yeah, so which section are you referring to?
4.3, board and directors.
What page?
Oh, I'm on the old document. I'm sorry, I did all my notes on that. Sorry, I apologise.
So we're in the shareholders agreement.
Yep.
And it was page
59.
59.
Performance evaluation.
Sorry, I apologise. I was on my hand notes.
So the self-evaluations are common amongst boards of directors where they sit down and have a free and frank conversation, where normally they fill out a self-evaluation form as a director, and then those are discussed, and the chair will quite often have discussions with individual directors as well. Yep. This is about the performance of the board, and of course, if both councils are unhappy with the performance of the board, they hold the power for the ultimate sanction, which is to terminate directors. So,
sorry. Thank you. The other part of that question I had also deals with the board of directors as well. When we go to market looking for directors, those that will be independent, what is the process that we're going to use so that we understand that these directors are neutral, independent at the beginning of the vote discussion?
Thanks. So there's a matrix of skills that we're looking for. We're currently in the market looking for those directors, so long as they're not disqualified, they are available in the pool of directors to be considered.
Sorry.
There'll be a evaluation process where there'll be a panel which will be set up to evaluate those initial directors, remembering they're going to be jointly appointed by both councils, so that panel will include members of both councils. And the evaluation will happen. The appointment process is that those names will be recommended by the panel to the councils, and the councils will either approve the directors or not.
Thank you. One last little tack on that, if I may, if the chair would bear with me. will these be association members of New Zealand Directors Association? Would they be prioritised, or would we be open marketing to those who come off CEO or directorships through private companies?
We're open-minded about that. IOD obviously is a key contact point in this, and but there are experienced directors out there, maybe a few experienced directors out there who may not be members of the IOD, but generally directors of New Zealand companies do join the IOD because of the support and professional development it provides.
And if I may, having done the IOD course a couple of years ago, that performance evaluation would be very much part of a feature of what they would be, and would be providing from a professional aspect. So that probably won't be foreign to a professional director.
No, not at all.
Mark, do you want to add anything to the commentary that we've received on those questions?
The only thing I would say is that we've gone a little bit further in terms of the disqualification, which a number of councils have, and just made it clear, for instance, introducing a stand down period between being involved with one of the councils and being able to accept the appointment, so we avoid that revolving door criticism. And the only other thing I'd say is that the appointment methodology is slightly the removal methodology is slightly unusual in that the individually appointed directors appointed by each council can only be removed by resolution of both councils, which I've thought about. It's quite an interesting method, but I think it's quite good. It sort of makes for a bit of tenure, but not too much tenure. So I think it's generally appropriate. And then finally, there is a rotation mechanism in there, so directors will be appointed for a term of no longer than 3 years. So that should hopefully keep directors fresh, if you like. There'll be a regular bring up where their tenure has to be considered.
Thank you. Sorry, Chris, and then Fiona. Chris.
Madam Chair, thank you. This is more of a broad statement to the room and a question to you, Mark, as well. Being that we're allowing other interests to come on board, be it another council or another entity, in doing so, at any point, do we expose ourselves to private investment that can be forced upon us or made, dare I say, through clandestine or strategic planning by other entities?
I don't think that investment can be forced on you. There is negative control in relation to any share issue, so both shareholders have to approve an issue of shares, which would be further equity capital coming in. There's also quite strict controls about incurring debt. So that the strong presumption in both of the documents is that any debt will be coming from LGFA, not from any other source, or so certainly any substantial or term debt. I mean, obviously you can have trade creditors and you'll have normal banking arrangements with possibly an overdraft, but any substantial debt really needs to come in through LGFA. So they're the two, debt and equity. They're the two ways you could get investment coming into this model, and both shareholders have quite strong control over that.
Mark, did you just want to comment on the private aspect that Chris raised and the prohibition essentially under the Water Services Act?
Yeah, that's quite right. The company would cease to qualify as a WISCO, and there are strong prohibitions in the Act of private ownership of these entities. So again, there's a statutory prohibition. So very difficult to see how you could, wake up one morning and find you're in bed with Infratil or something like that. Firstly, it'd be illegal, and secondly, you'd have negative control over any issue of shares to Infratil.
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I think that answers that question. I've got a question coming from Councillor Fiona Harris. Fiona?
I'm just curious if it applies to the Constitution or not, but If you're looking at all this change with councils merging or potentially merging, coming back towards, or moving forwards with what they're looking at, how would that affect the ownership of like Huranui has its pipes, but if we end up merging partly with Waimak or whatever the government's aiming at, where would that leave Telescope and the ownership of those?
I can speak to that if you like.
Thank you.
Yeah, so historically, amalgamations of local authorities have, are generally done by statute, so there'll be an act, and generally the statute tackles those sorts of issues is that all the rights and the obligations of the amalgamating parties merge, so that the amalgamated entity has all the rights and obligations of both, or if there's more, all amalgamating parties. So what that would mean in practice is if you did, for instance, amalgamate with, say, Waimak, the new Greater Waimak Huranui Council would own the shares in the Wisco and have all the rights and obligations that Huranui will have under these arrangements.
Mark, I think there's also another point in there, and that's that if that happened and then the Wisco was split up or devolved, then those assets come back to their physical location. So that provides that protection that those assets essentially still go in that location.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's it's interesting because it's a matter of fact, if nothing else, like the assets aren't going to go anywhere but we've got the legal mechanism to do that with those redeemable shares to effectively unwind the Wisco, or unwind our investment in the Wisco. Yeah.
Mark, I've got 3 questions coming. First one from Tom, and then Robbie, and then I'll go back to Chris, and then we'll see if we're expiring some of the questions as we go. So thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Mark. So we're not allowed to sell our Class A shares to private investors. Are we able to sell those shares to public investors? Could we sell them to another council? Could we sell them to another government body and raise revenue that way?
Maybe we'll give Claire first crack at it, Mark, and we'll go from there.
Other local authorities that provide water services are included in the list of people in the statute that a person can sell to. So it's a matter of then who has the responsibility for the provision of the water services. So there are restrictions on it, but it is a permitted thing to transfer shares to another local authority that provides water services, or indeed to another water organisation. But you then have to go through the processes that are specified in the Act.
And such a transfer will be subject to shareholder approval.
Oh, absolutely.
So that means you guys have to approve it.
Both councils have to agree.
Yeah.
The councillors, the elected councillors at that moment in time.
Both councils.
The shareholders.
Yep, at both councils.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Let's clear that up. Robbie?
Yeah, a couple of comment-like questions and then the main question. So we set up the board and presumably someone director, you have to find 1 year and a 2 year, or I don't know if I can reapply, but that's worked through. When it comes to annual meetings and that, shareholders can go along. Who exactly is the shareholders? Is that council, councillors, ratepayers, general public? Who gets along to an annual general meeting?
So the AGM, the shareholders attend the AGM, and the shareholders is Kaikoura District Council and Huranui District Council, not the councillors, the councils. And so the councils would decide who they want to send as their representatives to the AGM.
So it's not an open public AGM is what I'm getting at.
The AGM could be open to the public, but the shareholders have the voting rights at the AGM.
Yeah.
So the council has to decide who is going to exercise it on its behalf.
The other thing is once the board's there, governance is established. It's a bit different. I'm sort of thinking, who sets up management? Who sets up the day-to-day worker bees, if you like. So I'm not quite sure, there's nothing in there that says how the board does that. And initially, by default, almost, the shareholders are probably going to provide a team, if you like. And I just wondered how that, where does that come out? Does it end up with a bit like council, a board, a CEO, an operations manager or something, and staff? How do we get from a governance board to the whole
Organisational structure.
organisation? Yes.
So that
yes.
will, once the, correct me if I'm wrong, once the board is established, it would be the role of the board to appoint a CEO, and then the organisational structure would fall from that. Have you got any?
Yeah, so we're anticipating that the board will appoint a general manager to operate the business. We've resisted the temptation of teaching our grandmother how to suck eggs by not creating a structure and by not filling those positions and lumbering the board with our thoughts. So the board will have the ability to appoint the general manager, and they will work with the general manager on what their structure is. But at the same time, we're working on a transfer of existing water staff to the WISCO.
Yeah, that's what I mean, the initial start.
These are constitutional issues that we're dealing with at the moment,
Yeah.
which is setting up that board.
Correct, yeah.
And so what you're saying is there's no need to put in the constitution around the board going forward, just doing that.
No, that's the board's
That's not the role.
responsibility to do that. They do that.
The constitution will just really set up a framework of, and the rest will be from the operational context will be the newly appointed CEO will structure that operational context and deliver it. Does that make sense?
Oh, sure, I kind of thought that's how it was,
Yeah.
but I didn't know whether it needed to be.
And yeah, okay, and that's probably the theme that we've been discussing this all the way along, you know, that we're just setting up the framework and the rest will fold out of that. Sorry, not really legal speak, Mark, but you know, I've got a question coming from Chris, and then I'm going to go to Pauline, and then we'll see where we're getting to, folks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Be it that we find the situation occurring where another entity say, look, I pick on poor old Waimakariri just because it's next door, but let's just say they're buying in or joining us. To which extent will the constitution and the shareholding agreements have to be updated, adjusted or altered? And what would be the expectation? That's part of the question. If that could, someone give me some indication of that.
I can probably speak to that. That was quite prominent in my brief. So both the Constitution and the shareholders agreement provide for the issue of further shares to a joining council, probably a joining local authority. One of the things that I recommended, and I sort of stand by this, is you don't want to be too prescriptive in your constitutional documents about the terms of issue of new shares, but I anticipate that it would be broadly on the basis that a new council would come in, they'd transfer their assets in consideration for shares. There'd be a discussion probably about whether the voting power, and probably what we would do is the proportion of voting strength we wanted to by way of Class A shares, then Class B shares would reflect the value of the assets that they had contributed. So the pretty strong presumption, the way things are set up, but it's only a presumption, is that another council would come in and it would be the third leg of the stool, have equal voting power with both Hurunui and Kaikoura. The documents are reasonably bland. They should accommodate that, but quite commonly, if there's a new deal, people will look to renegotiate the constitutional documents, but that could only be done with the agreement of both existing shareholders.
And just to finish on that question, I do apologise if I've interrupted. The thing I'd like to point a question is, how will that affect the format of the directorships and the shareholding directorships and voting at that level? How would that reflect? What will I'll simplify it. how many directors we're going to end up with?
So the constitution allows for 5 directors, and unless the constitution's changed, then it's 5 directors. It needs to be clear that the directors don't vote on the proportionality of shares. The directors vote on their knowledge of what's going on. So they're not voting on behalf of the shareholders, they're voting on behalf of the company.
Yeah.
So we'll still remain at the 5.
Yeah, but potentially, I mean, given that we're setting up the smallest Wisco in the country, we might, I mean, if Auckland Council came along, Watercare came along and said, let's join up with Whirinui and Kaikoura, you know, the idea that they might do so and have an equality of voting at the as shareholders might be brought into question.
Please.
Thank you, Claire.
Thank you.
I also note that there's a provision in the constitution, excuse me, that each shareholder shall have the right to appoint a director for a term. So if there's more shareholders, there's the right to appoint a director. Now, what that means in terms of the existing directors would need to be discussed at that time, but it remains that the maximum number of directors will be 5.
Thank you, Claire.
Thank you.
That's quite clear. Thank you. Pauline, maybe if I can wrap this conversation up, I'm conscious of Mark's time as well, so thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. I guess just on the back of the question that Councillor Davies asked in regards to the ability to sell shares and that permitted activity of another Wisco or water services provider being able to purchase shares and that having to be approved by the shareholders. If that was proposed, would that trigger a consultative process with ratepayers, constituents?
I don't think it necessarily would. I mean, you can choose to consult on the right person, but I don't think in a statutory sense that it would trigger a special consultative procedure under the Local Government Act. I don't know what your thoughts are, Mark.
I don't think it would either because it's not actually touching a council asset at that point. And if another council came in, it would be contributing its assets. So it's an issue for the Wisco, but not for necessarily other shareholding councils. Their interests shouldn't be affected. Their equity would remain of the same value, if provided the issue of shares was done on a appropriate basis. So no, I don't think there would be.
It would seem to place a lot of power in shareholders, I guess.
So your assets currently complete dominion over them.
Yeah. Well, when we say our assets, our in the greatest sense of the word, hence my question. Yeah. Thank you. Understood.
Very short, sweet, I
Thank you,
promise you.
Rosie.
Yes. I think I know the answer, but I want to ask it for the room. Who sets the salary caps on the directors?
So we've set through memory. We've set an initial salary band expectation that we're going to market with, and normal practice that shareholders will review the directors' fees on a regular basis. Normally seek professional advice to do that, and it's then up to the shareholders to either approve as shareholders to approve the salary remuneration for directors.
Thank you.
So as an owner and shareholder of the entity as it is at the moment, what is the salary cap that we have imposed on?
I'm not going to discuss in an open meeting what the salary band expectation would set is, because remembering that no remuneration has been set yet, it has to come to you for approval. But I'm happy to, just because I don't want that in the market at the moment. But if you have a look around at typical size companies, you'll probably be able to see yourself where that bands. So it's got to be competitive in the market.
You want to add anything to that, Mark?
No, there is an overlay. The directors themselves have interested, because they're also approving their own REM, they have to sign a certificate that the terms of that REM are fair to the company. So, and it's noted on the interest register. So there's another protection, but Hamish is right. In this context, it will be shareholder prerogative.
Thank you. I've just got I thought I was trying to get the final questions, but I'm not getting very far. So I've got Fiona and Chris Scarlett, new to the question market, so I will allow those questions, and then I think that we've traversed this topic, and I would just like to try and wrap it up. So Fiona.
Madam Mayor, that's about where I was going. So if there's a, I note that the significance of this is medium, and so I think we've had some really good discussion, as we should, on a decision at this level. But a lot of the questions I had have been answered, and I think we've had some good questions. So I was going to say I'm prepared to move the motion.
The recommendation. Can I just check with Chris, and I'll come back to you, Fiona. Chris,
Just a question, comment, possibly more than anything. We've talked a lot about if other councils come in under our constitution, but considering we're one of the smallest Wiscos in the country, the chances are that either it be ourselves or us and Kaikoura join with another Wisco, that we will actually then end up coming under their constitution, more likely than them coming under ours. Is there any comment on what would happen in that scenario?
Yeah, I guess that that's something that we've considered, and probably seems to us to be highly likely as well that they'll be looking, as a larger entity for us to join in that way. Whatever we do would require shareholder approval, so we require both councils to approve it. That's the backstop position that you have in most of this, and that's largely why we've structured a lot of it this way, to give you that ability to say yes or no, and it requires both councils. So even though we'll be the larger shareholder in this, we both have the same.
Thanks, Chris. Any other comment there, Mark?
Oh, the only thing I'd add is that all these Wiscos are being set up on a very similar basis. There will be subtle differences between them, but the concept is generally the same. So, and you could move to another Wisco by a variety of different means, but I think you'd find that, day one you'd be in a similar position, subject obviously to comment Hamish made about size and scale. If you're very small compared to a large one, your proportionate interests will be obviously different, and that eventually will reflect in voting power.
Look, councillors, Mark, I just want to thank you for coming online for us today. I know our staff have worked diligently through this in relationship, with Kaikoura. But this is a big decision, a progressively big decision for our district, and I've appreciated you coming online to help and support not only the questions that have come from councillors to test our assumptions, but actually to support where our staff have got us to. So thank you for that. But I just wanted to share with you all, in prep for this paper, I made contact with Malcolm Alexander. Mark, I know you will know Malcolm Alexander, and for those new to this council table, Malcolm has been the CEO of LGNZ. He is a lawyer himself. He's currently the interim CEO for Tararua District Council. So I questioned, just for my own peace of mind, the process that we've gone to, the document as we read it, and the risk analysis that and I just wanted to have a sense of comfort around that. And so Malcolm, along with Mark and Hamish and Claire previous, have given me a real sense of comfort that whilst we are navigating new waters, we are navigating with a sense of strong knowledge, and perhaps to use Malcolm's words, this new legislation is in a period of infancy, and everybody, no matter whether you're a big council or a smaller council like ourselves, that actually everybody's navigating a change environment. It was also important to note some comments that he provided me around the in-house business models, and how whilst we might look at that as an option, although it's not an option for us as we've chosen to, but actually there is changes afoot in that regard for councils as well. So I have a real sense of confidence that this discussion has been, it's important that we test these assumptions. It's important we test the process, because we need to be diligent in our work on behalf of our ratepayers and set things up for a progressive future for the Huranui. So I haven't got anything else I can say in that regard. I have got Fiona, who's willing to look at the recommendation, assuming it's as written on page 26. But thank you, Mark, again for coming online. It's been very helpful and supportive to our discussion, and you know, I really appreciated the guidance that you provided from the legal aspect to us and our staff today. So thank you.
Thank you.
You're okay. If you want to exit out now, that's totally fine by me. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So, Councillor Harris, I will come back to you. You're looking at the recommendation as it sits. So happy to receive that. Is that
Happy to move that.
you're okay with that? Is someone willing to second that motion? Thank you, Chris Scarlett. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to put that motion. All in agreement to that, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Any abstentions? That motion is carried unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Hamish. I really appreciate this is a hugely important step in the right direction. I understand that we're going to Kaikoura District Council tomorrow, and they will also be testing the assumptions as they should do. And but you know, this is quite a milestone for the progress of this. So thank you. Just adjourn for a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you, councillors. We'll just move to page 72 in your agenda, and we've got Steph with us today. The public places bylaw. This is something that we've been part of along the way, but be no surprise to you that it governs sort of activities in public places, quite a raft of public places actually, Steph, and we've been out for consultation and we've received one submission which is in your document. So how about Steph, I just ask you to take us through this paper, and we'll see if there's any Q&A around that, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
So this is about the public places bylaw. So it's currently undergoing a 10-year review, and we've recently done consultation. So the public places bylaw manages activities in public places. There are some general objectives, and these are to regulate and manage activities in public places, protect the public from nuisance, to maintain public health and safety, and to ensure the potential for offensive behaviour in public places is minimised. And there is a definition of public places in the bylaw. I'll just read that out. Public place means and includes every road and thoroughfare of a public nature open to or used by the public as of right, and every place of public resort or place to which the public have access, whether on payment of a fee or otherwise, and which is under the control of the council but excludes reserves held by the council under the Reserves Act 1960. So this is an omnibus bylaw. It's kind of unrelated things all chucked in together because they occur on public places. So we have rules managing road reserves, that's to do with parking, roadside fencing and grazing. Signage, so the signs that you see outside a shop and sandwich boards, those kind of signs. And what we're calling under the new bylaw, commercial activities. So things that you're obviously doing for profit in a public place. There's also a general section with our enforcement provisions that includes definitions. So the review is required to take place every 10 years. So the office has been working on this for the past 18 months. I workshopped various issues with the Strategy and Community Committee in November last year. So some of you are obviously familiar with these topics. Look at best practice, look at other councils' examples of public places bylaws, seek legal advice, draft it up, and then look at the consultation phase. So in terms of the legal process of reviewing, you have to look at whether the bylaw is still the most appropriate way of dealing with a perceived problem. So early on, we reassess that and we've decided this is the most appropriate way to deal with these issues. Most councils have public places bylaw and they're quite useful for things like general nuisance, offensive behaviour and things like that, which we don't really have a problem with, but they're good to have those mechanisms there, as well as the things that I've just gone through. In terms of if it's the most appropriate form of bylaw, it's relatively short and similar in size to other public places bylaws, so it seems appropriate for that. We also have to do an assessment under the Bill of Rights. So that's whether anything we do in there will impact people's rights under that Act. So it's not considered that proposed changes would lead to implications under the Bill of Rights Act. There are some minor changes proposed, but it was generally in keeping with the previous version of the bylaw. As I mentioned, the road reserve section deals with parking and roadside grazing and fencing. So some of those restrictions are obviously there for public safety reasons, so they're considered appropriate to have in there. Before I talk about the submission we received, I thought it might be useful just to briefly run through what the changes were, because I know only some of you have been at workshops. So page, it's 80 something, 83, yeah, so you've got the version of the bylaw. This is what we call a clean version. Previously from consultation review with colourful versions showing the changes. So this is a clean one I've typed up to show everything. In terms of the definitions, we tidied some of these up. We brought some of them in line with legislation. So what that means is you can just refer to a definition, say refer to it in that legislation, and you don't need to retype it in here. So we've done that. A couple of new definitions, commercial activity, which I'll discuss more in a minute, and busker and street performer. Previously, we kind of, compliance team more had an informal approach to deal with that, so we basically formalised that and brought a brand new definition in. Under our general section, which is on page 86, we'll see clause 6.1, that clause is new. And that allows us to develop operational policy or guidance that sits alongside the bylaw. So this is something where we don't need a whole lot of detail within the bylaw, and we don't need to change the bylaw to add things to it. Any operational guidance that would come under that still needs to be considered by council, so we'll still have that rigorous discussion. One of the questions that came up when it was going out for consultation, if councillors felt it was needed to consult on one of those, then we could do that at that time as well as part of that discussion. But yeah, that level of oversight is at council resolution or council resolution. Clause 7.2, which is penalties and offences. 7.2 is new, so that's the council may remove a work or thing that is in breach of the bylaw and recover costs under Local Government Act. So previously we didn't have that, and the compliance team struggled a bit with having kind of a general enforcement clause there. So we've covered that in. The work or thing, the lawyers wanted thing, because that's the wording in the Local Government Act, so it matches up with that. And then clause 8.1, general prohibited activities, that's also new. So a person in a public place may not do anything to cause damage, cause a nuisance in a public place, or put up a structure that's going to affect public safety or things like that. And that was new for us, but again, that's quite common in public places bylaw, so it'd be good to now have that so we can rely on that. And then in terms of, we added in a clause about roadside fencing, so that's clause 10.2. Temporary fencing must be constructed with flexible plastic or frangible material. That is pretty much how we've dealt with things operationally anyway in the roading team, so we just added that in to formalise that. Method of parking, under 12.6, we just added in a comment about that clause is mostly there. We just added in the last part about or unreasonably obscure sightlines or reduce visibility for drivers. So again, we have had cases of that happening, and it's just for our compliance team to have something concrete that they can use to deal with those unsafe situations. Section 14, the main change there is the sandwich board signs. So that one we previously required a permit for a permitted sign. So that was just kind of an administrative burden on the compliance team, which was too much work. So we still have the rules about the sign, but you no longer need to come to us and get a permit to do that as long as you're within those rules. And then,
So can I speak to you on that? So is that just, so if they're inside the district plan rules on remote signage or whatever, they won't need to get a permit to put those signs up. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, so the sandwich board signs, they're specifically for retail to have on the footpath.
Yeah.
Separate to that, there is a clause in here. So the signage, which we also do a signage which we've given written permission basically in the form of a resource consent, which is separate. It has kind of sometimes been a little bit of a grey area, but generally people would either be getting a permit being permitted under this or getting approval under this or needing a resource consent. But those rules are still in place.
Okay. So this will, so by doing it this way, it'll sort of simplify it for the applicant and the compliance team who might need to follow it through?
Yes, and these are only very specific types of signs that are allowed in here, generally for show. And then from page 92 onwards of the new bylaw, you'll see a section titled commercial activities. So previously in the old bylaw, we had some quite archaic terminology, including hawkers, itinerant traders, and keepers. So that's all been replaced with commercial activities. So if you're in a public place making profit, it's a commercial activity. So that's what we have added in here. We've also added in section 21.1, which is permitted activities. So that's where we have rules around commercial activities, but if you fall under this list here, you don't actually then need the license for commercial activity. Some of these were in the old bylaw, some of the ones have been added in. The ones that have been added in is, so this is 21.1 subsection C. That was actually already there, so that allows basically for fundraising for school and charitable organisations. We've just tidied it up a bit so that it relates more to being in place for public safety. So they have to clean up their rubbish, not impede access on the footpath, that kind of thing. So again, this is kind of how we've operationally informally done it, but it's just tidying that up. We've added in subsection D for busking and street performing. And again, as I said before, that tidies up basically how we've done it previously. The fundraising and busking are relatively similar. You can't impede access, you have to clean up your rubbish and that kind of thing. We've also added in under those two that any other instructions that the authorised officer gives you that are in place for public safety, they consider that that's appropriate, and that will be on a case-by-case basis. As with any bylaw, any authorised officer discretion has to be appropriate and proportionate to what you are trying to control. Subsection E, so any commercial activity undertaken on the premises of council-owned facilities such as halls, pools and libraries, which has been approved in writing by the council. I think we discussed this a little bit when I was getting approved for consultation. So that might be if we have someone asking to do a charity, selling things in one of our halls for charity, we might say, actually, we don't, instead of making them get a commercial license, because it's not really commercial and that they're making a profit, we can actually say under this that we have Leo say, actually, you don't need a commercial license for that, because it's not one of them.
So that could be like a school fundraiser as well,
Something
so
like
that
that,
they can, you know, sell their.
Or kids,
whatever.
something like
Yeah,
that wants to
yeah.
come in,
So
we
it's
can
a
actually.
simplified but enabling.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then F is any commercial activity deemed to be permitted by the council. That one is kind of similar to E, and the lawyer suggested F, just in terms of, again, giving us a bit of leeway if a situation comes up that we're not thinking about right now, might come up in the next 10 years, it gives us a bit of consideration for that. And with F, it's one that would have to go to resolution of the council to be considered. For that to be appropriate anyway. G, I will come back to in a minute because that's part of the submission, which I'll discuss in a moment.
Making sense to everybody, you all following this? Yep, thank you.
And then we've
Chicken?
basically cleaned up the rest of the commercial activity license section in terms of applications and conditions. You recall I said that at the start, something we've added in is the ability to be able to add operational guidance. So there was a lot of stuff in here that the lawyer suggested could actually come out and sit in operational guidance. So that's actually going to be done as the next step once this bylaw is approved, because this has to be approved first to give us the power to approve that. And it was kind of quite detailed stuff about where things can be located and that kind of thing. And once we put in operational guidance, it would be easier to explain it in less legal speak and actually have examples to make it more user friendly for people. And that would also help us to guide applicants as well.
So that's kind of just somewhat about helping you. The operational guidance is almost what we put in place around the reserve management team, wasn't it? You know, that some things were taken out, but there was some operational guidance. I think that's what it was called, to say, look, these are the things that can be done, but they don't need to fall technically here. So it's sort of feels like, is that what you remember?
Yeah,
It sort of
that's
feels
exactly
like it's
what I
aligned.
remember. Yeah, we had quite a discussion around,
Don't
thinning
need to
it
be a
down, but
policy. Yeah.
having another piece of paper behind it.
So that feels like it's sort of similar, which is pleasing. Thank you, Steve.
So those are the main changes. So I'll just discuss the submission now. So we consulted for it a month. We received a submission from Outdoor Access Commission heading Nuku. So their concern was raised around whether there's any inconsistency between public places bylaw and the Umpian Legal Roads policy. So they did raise a few questions, and in the report, I've just got a little table discussing it. Page 76. Sorry, this is discussing the submission. Sorry, the submission is appended as well. So the general comment, there appears to be considerable overlap with potential for confusion or conflict between aspects of the bylaw and the Legal Roads policy. So we do have a policy and it's due for review next year. And it's probably been discussed here previously. Last review 2021 was. So in terms of these specific things we raised, unformed legal roads could specifically be excluded from the bylaw in a statement made that activities in unformed legal roads fall under the unformed legal roads policy. And they further say any overlap between the bylaw and the policy should be addressed to avoid any potential confusion or conflict. So in response, I've noted, so grazing is allowed under our unformed legal roads policy. However, there does appear to be a practical inconsistency between the policy and specifically some of our bylaw clauses. So clause 10.7, which is on page 88. So 10.7, which says livestock may be grazed in a road reserve adjoining land owned or occupied by the owner of the livestock, or in a road reserve adjoining land of another person. if it is, basically if it's tethered and not within 1 metre of the road and the livestock is confined according to the rules above it, which is basically you need to have signs if it's live wire, it's temporary fencing, and you have to remove during hours of darkness. The other one that might be a bit inconsistent with is 10.8, no person may graze any livestock on the road reserve during the hours of darkness. So these, it appears that the section 10, even though it applies to all roads, which includes unformed legal roads, it's more been written from perspective if someone's got a farm or lifestyle block and they're grazing the actual grass verge on a formed road. But it still applies to unformed legal roads. Yeah. So the lawyer suggested another clause, 10.9. Any grazing on unformed legal roads must be in accordance with the council's unformed legal roads policy or any replacement policy, and clauses 10.7 and 10.8 of this bylaw do not apply to grazing on unformed legal roads. So that's what you've suggested as a ground for that. Because you don't want a situation where you have an unformed legal road through a farm, someone grazes it, which we allow, but then we say remove it when it's dark. It's just, it becomes unpractical level. So they've suggested that. They've also suggested an explanatory note at the end of section 10. So explanatory notes, they are not legally part of the bylaw, they're just to direct people. The explanatory note, the second one about please note this bylaw does not cover the erection of any structure, that's been in there previously. But the first one, in addition to this bylaw, please also refer to the council's unformed legal roads policy, just to direct people to that. And the policy says go look at our bylaw as well. And then the other couple of things they raised was the submission specifically refers to clause 17.1 in the bylaw, and that's to do with signage. So 17.1 says no person may place or affix any sign on the road reserve or to any pole, post or other structure upon the road reserve. It then goes on to say that 17.2, the provisions of this bylaw do not apply to any traffic sign, directional, info or naming signs erected or approved by the council. So that there does seem to be slight inconsistency there, because under our unformed legal roads policy, if you have a cattle stop, you need to put a sign up that's saying that this is an unformed legal road and you can still get access. But the lawyer noted that under 17.2, because it allows for any sign approved by the council, in effect under the policy, that would be an approved sign. So that's not actually an inconsistency there. And then the last thing they raised was the bylaw covers all roads and road reserves, and farming is a commercial activity. So they suggested excluding farming from the definition of commercial activity, or noting it as a commercial activity. Because they're talking about if you have a farm and you're grazing on the road reserve, which is arguably commercial, if it's not a pet, it is, it's not just your pet goat or a few sheep, a few lambs. So there did seem to be a little bit of inconsistency there. So what I've recommended is in section 21.1, which is any grazing of livestock undertaken in accordance with clause 10.7 of this bylaw, and any grazing of livestock in an unformed legal road undertaken in accordance with the council's unformed legal roads policy is basically falls under those permitted activities. So if you are doing it within accordance with elsewhere.
Yeah, which is okay. Yeah.
So yeah, so some changes have been recommended as a result of that submission to make it more practically workable.
I mean, I guess the thing around that is that we don't, you know, from an unformed legal road perspective, we probably see grazing there from the adjacent landowner as a positive, because it's keeping down the fire restrictions and weed, you know, mitigate, you know, weed, whatever. So, you know, we need to make sure that we're actually enabling that to happen, but, you know, not being too prescribed or restrictive, because it's a win-win actually to enable that to happen. Yes.
And the policy is generally enabling.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that was the concern, that they didn't want any practical.
Yes. Yeah.
So I have recommended those changes as a result.
As of from the submission.
Yeah. That's so appendix 2 has it written where it's highlighted, the changes I've actually made in those sections, and then appendix 3 is the clean version showing. So in summary, I'm seeking approval of the resolution. If approved, the bylaw would come into force on the 13th of February 2026, which is the anniversary date of the bylaw. The old bylaw would revoke automatically as of that date. And then early next year, as I mentioned previously, the operational guidance, which is all the content we pulled out, will be formed up and edited. And the compliance team leader, he was actually keen to actually just read it with the guidance they have for applicants as well, and probably update the website so that's all kind of cleaned up in accordance with the new bylaw.
A lot of work. Thanks, Steph. A lot of work, a lot of technicality, and a lot of ability to get unintended consequences if you put the wrong word in the right word in the wrong place, isn't it, really? So really appreciate the, you know, the diligence, I guess, you've applied to this 10-year review. So thank you. Can I just check in, councillors, do you have any questions? I think Steve's taken us through in a fairly comprehensive manner, but did you have a question or?
Yes, please, yeah.
Yeah, go for your life, Tom.
Hi, Steph, thanks very much. This is a great piece of work. I was just going to pick up on the point about using stands and stalls by schools for fundraising purposes and what have you, and I'm thinking particularly of Rotherham School, which has the seasonal sale of sweet corn, and that is, you know, that's just as long as the season is available, and you know, so it's more than 3 days. I presume that wouldn't be any question about that being able to be permitted. Would there be any fees involved?
Through the chair, no, I don't think there would. I think when we discussed it in the workshop and under 21.1C3, as the authorised officer has discretion to consider on a case by case basis, allow stands and stalls for longer than 3 days a year.
Yeah, so there is a little bit of ambiguity because obviously the authorised officer can make their own choice.
They can, generally speaking, when I've discussed it with the compliance officers, and I think we discussed this at the workshop, I mean, if it's something generally of a benevolent nature, we would generally be quite enabling and allowing of it.
Yes.
But there was some discussion about the 3-day thing. I mean, you don't want people in there who aren't genuine. We still need mechanisms to move them along, but I think generally we'll be allowing of that. And just to follow up, there's still subclause E and F, which does allow council a bit of leeway to allow something for longer anyway.
But would there be any fees?
Not under those, not if it's
under
permitted,
those.
no.
No, thank you very much.
Yeah, the permitted commercial activities basically don't need a license, people don't need to pay fees to get the license.
Thank you.
Question, Chris.
Section 30.1, every person undertaking commercial activity in a public place, whether holding a licence or not, must comply with any lawful instruction given by an authorised officer or police officer. We understand police officers. Question I have on that is, what is the level or the term, the guidelines for that particular clause, please? What would, interpretation wise, how would that be enacted? I understand 30.2, that's just 30.1 I found. That's the question.
I'm going to create this here.
Authorised officers.
I didn't get you.
Authorised officers of council give warrants, and the warrants set out their powers.
I understand that.
And so their powers will be specified on the warrant, so their powers are limited by the extent of the warrant.
I think I understand the warrant and I'm very clear about that. The question was, what would trigger their action? That's what I'm trying to understand.
So if for example, there was a sign blocking the footpath completely, then would have the power to either, well, first obviously they'd ask them to shift it, but they'd have the power to impound the sign, for example, under the act, under the bylaw.
Right, so in other words, authorised to inflict the bylaw.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd just add they'd be looking at taking it back to the objectives of the bylaw, what we're trying to achieve, which is public safety, not causing nuisance, not causing offence.
there's a question on its own, offensive behaviour, the interpretation of offensive behaviour is quite rife at the moment throughout New Zealand and many political things. That is very much interpretational, and we don't have any actual defined guidelines on that. Would someone like to elaborate on that or not?
Councillor's correct, we don't have to find guidelines on offensive behaviour.
You don't have to?
No, I mean, the officer is warranted to use their judgment in some of these situations, and they will use their judgment and will be answerable for using their judgment as well.
They will be answerable for using their judgment. Okay. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Robbie.
A couple of questions. So by this, truck stops and things like that are included, but I wonder about the likes of the supermarket the car park across the road, presumably because that's not our control, that's not included either. But you've got a Hua roads, it could be an Auckland or whatever. I wondered, is there anything sort of covering particularly that a big area like that? The other thing I wondered is we have, I'm not sure we've got a policy on drones, and I'm not sure if it's linked to reserves or if it covers all encompassing. When I picked up the other day, before I read this, you know, bit of chat of my drone's missing, anyone seen my drone? Oh yes, I found it several streets over, and I thought, what are you flying a drone around people's houses? So does that link into here somewhere, or is it kind of the reserves?
Through the chair, so we do have a drones policy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would come under that. My understanding is you're not supposed to be above private property.
No.
Anyway, under that.
And I think that only applies to public reserves.
Yeah, so there's nothing stopping drones in public places, if you like.
I think there probably would be rules around roads, because there'd be safety, like particularly high, I mean, there'd be safety things around that, so I think there would be not exactly.
I guess if we bring it back to this question, that the use of drones doesn't, and I think that's where you were heading, maybe Robbie, that the use of drones doesn't get captured in this bylaw, it's get captured in the other bylaw, whatever that might be.
Which perhaps overlaps it.
Yeah, so I think, you know, as far as this goes, am I reading you correctly, that the use of drones wouldn't get captured in here, it would get, if it was nuisance factor, it would get captured in the other drone policy, whatever it is. Yeah, because I think that's what we're trying to work out. Yeah. Okay, is everybody happy? Any further questions? So if I come back to page 72, can I be confident, councillors, that we've considered the submission received, which is on Appendix A? Oh, sorry, did I see your hand up? Sorry, Polly.
I was just ready to move.
Oh, okay. So I'll just check in. So we've considered the submission and agreed to the changes, and any other changes, but I think that Steve's done, I don't know whether I've picked up any other changes, that we amend the public places bylaw to become the public places bylaw 2026, which is the clean copy on Appendix 3, and adopts and amend the public places bylaw 26 to come in force on the 13th of February, revoking the previous bylaw, and authorises the strategy and community office to make minor or non-consequential editing. So I think that we've had a good discussion. We've diligently worked through the submission and amended that as needed, or on recommendation from the officer. And so thank you, Pauline. I'll come back to you if you're ready to move that.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, this has been a really thorough review process. Thank you, Stephanie, and the team behind you. You know, it's come to the old strategy and community committee a number of times, and it's been workshopped and it's been duly consulted on. And can I comment just on how well I think the response to the submission in making those adjustments has been undertaken. So yeah, with that, thank you. I'm quite happy to move the officer recommendation as written on page 72.
Thanks, Pauline. Happy to receive that. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Dave. Is there any further questions? I'm going to put that motion in its entirety. All in agreement to that, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? That motion's carried. Thanks, Steve. Big body of work, lots of huge, lots of paperwork. But you've actually given us a really good report as well, which has helped us to actually understand the context and the desirable outcome. So appreciate that. If I don't see you before, have a nice Christmas time, won't you? Yeah, take it. Okie dokie, councillors, 12:22. I think we could probably do the school bay report before we break for lunch, but bearing in mind we do need to be back in here by 1 o'clock. So, Judith, are you going to speak to this? Who's going to speak to this?
Hamish, are you going to speak to this?
This is.
Of course,
This-
Yeah.
Okay, this has been through the Cheviot Community Committee, hasn't it? It has come through the chair. Okay, we're ready to do this paper. And so it's been well traversed in Cheviot, and it's a shame that Vince isn't here today to speak to this, but this is on the request actually to update the constitutional changes. So thanks, Hamish, if you can just kind of give us a bit of a.
So the constitutional changes are triggered by the change to the Act, so the old 1908 Act, which was the Act at the time that this committee was set up, association was set up, and then in 2022 the Act changed. It gave it a period of time to make some changes. So the Goulburn and Port Robinson Ratepayers Association has made those changes, but one of the details in their constitution is that any change has to have council approval. So that's why it's in front of you here today. The changes are largely technical changes to ensure compliance with the new Act as an incorporated society. Time-wise, by approving this today, they will meet that. They considered a number of other factors when they were doing these changes, but the changes are largely detailed on page 102, and what those changes mean. So the constitution's there, the changes, I've been through it, it's have a number of others. The changes to my mind are all reasonable and allow the association to meet the requirements of the Act. So we think it answers questions.
Yeah, good on you, thank you. And I think in alignment to this, because of the defined timeframe when they need to meet once this, the next step of this approval, I think they need to have their AGM, and they've scheduled that for the beginning of March, where they normally would meet at the end of March, but they need that to meet their deadline. So, so yeah, I think this has come from the community and is just seeking our support around that. So, is there any questions, councillors? So this makes good sense to me. Pauline?
Yeah, thanks. Look, absolutely in support of this. I just wondered if there'd been any discussions with potential councillors for the appointment of a councillor to represent. I mean, I guess I'm thinking potentially Fiona or Vince.
I think Vince has been on that committee for a period of time, and we anticipate that Vince will continue to be that, and I'm sure that that's what the Association expecting as well. But you know, do you have any other? You've been those meetings as well. I don't think there's any anticipation of change.
There's no anticipation of change.
Yeah.
I think they're happy to have Vince do the mahi for them, and bring the point of view. And I'm happy to move the officer recommendation.
Cool. Perhaps if I can just say, looking at bullet point number 2, appoints councillor Vince Daly to represent the council on Goulburn Bay. So with that slight amendment to the recommendation, are you happy with that? Yes. Yeah. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Pauline. If there's no further questions to this paper to support the Association, All in agreement with that, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, that motion's carried. Thanks very much indeed. Well done. We're doing okay. It's 12:27, so I think we will break for lunch now. And another wee deadline, we can be back in this room here by 1 o'clock, and we will post our deputation at 1 PM. So if we can be second back again, that'd be great. Thank you. Afternoon, councillors, can I draw your attention back to our agenda item for today? We have a presentation from the Ashley Beach Residents and Rackcoast Association, and I would like to welcome Paul of John Manson Adele Brown and Tim Gordon to the table. You're all quite experienced at coming to speak to us as council, and we welcome your deputation here today. We will follow our normal convention. We will offer you 10 minutes to speak, and then I will ask councillors, and we will have 5 minutes for question time before we get back into our agenda items for today. I will remind councillors that your questions of inquiry will be in regard to what you've heard in regard to today's deputation. And if I can ask for discipline around that, that would be appreciated. So we have Graham Scott's buzzer going here, and the bell will ring, or something will happen at 9 minutes, and that will give you a minute to wrap up. Are you the main speaker here today?
Yes,
Paula?
unfortunately, Mark's tied up with work commitments. He had intended to be here, but couldn't.
Okay. So the floor is yours, and we will, we'll work through this 10-minute discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for acknowledging this morning that the handouts that we provided to Graham yesterday had been provided to all of the councillors. The reason that we're here today is we want all of the councillors to be aware of the issues that have been tabled over some time by providing copies of the correspondence and our submissions. There is a pause on the CAP, the Coastal Adaptation Plan, and I hope you're all familiar with it. It's a document dated June 2023 that sits on the council website that's referred to quite regularly in conversations. I'm not going to go into that in any detail. As owners of the CAP, the beach community feel that no further work should continue that incurs ratepayers any more expense. That's why we felt we needed to speak to a whole council until an agreed level of resolution is reached on these issues. The 4 new councillors may not be aware of the CAP's past and the pause that we sought in September, hence the letter was enclosed that refers to that. The recent discussion that we listened to over the Amberley Golf Course access road had a couple of things come up. They were mentioned today in the review of the minutes, the wording of red zone, and also an alluded to phase of only being there for 10 to 15 years before the settlement was moved. These are points that are not agreed upon, so we felt we needed to come and speak to the council in their entirety. And before I start, I'd just like to introduce the background of Adele. Has worked in councils roles before and is experienced in local governance, and now works at Kiwi Rail. John Manson used to work for the council, and it was only in 2017 he received a council award for all the work he's done on behalf of Amberley Beach, so his credentials stand. And Tim has joined our committee as a retired lawyer. So, and with Mark's experiences in consenting and doing architecture. So we want to thank some positives first. We've actually got some signage up glass down at the beach, the small ones, and I've had assurance from the gentleman looking after that for us that the big ones to protect the bund are going up over the next day or two, because we had motorbikes up on the bund over the weekend. As you are aware, we're one of the only places in the Huranui that pays fully for the bund that sits down there to protect our community, even though I understand under local governance we are entitled to protection. So thank you also to the South Ward Community Board that acknowledged just this earlier in the last week that our camping ground is no longer working under the penny system with the Barry Arms, which is impacting income that came in through there and some funding that we do get out of that surplus. So a small project group has been put in front to work with the council on that, hopefully once we get the temporary honesty boxes going again. And we've had people even in this last few days asking where those are, just who've camped there in the past. So it's lovely to see that that will work. Our subcommittee will be led by Rob Thompson on that, and he'll work with the council. So the most pressing issues for us are, and I could refer each of them to pages in the Coastal Adaptation Plan, but more importantly, a page 24, 26 to 27, which is why we're setting down a January date for mediation on the CAP, and we've requested that in our letter to the council the 4th of December, which you've been provided. We feel the HDC actually needs 1 or if not 2 elected councillors to work on that project group with us. The CEO and Mayor met with us initially. We have formed a slightly larger project team with Adele and Tim going on board, and have another person joining us later. We would like to put to the council here today that we feel that the sort of money being talked about within the fund approved to 23.5 million, we've drawn down, which is a big elephant in the room on your budget, requires oversight by a group of people. So we're asking the full council meeting to agree to that, and whether you want to discuss it as part of the questions or you leave it to your publicly excluded, that's really up to you. But we feel that this is a big enough issue with the money already being spent on the purchase of Rosewood at 3.8 million, 250,000 towards the consenting change, and then the LGF, NZ, the Green Fund being allocated, that is big enough, it needs a proper working group. And actually in the cap, it talks to community groups being formed and steering groups being formed, and none of these steps have actually happened since it was put in June 2023. So number two, we initially need to see that the financial issues are actually transparent and the long outstanding issue of a maintenance plan resolved. The maintenance plan keeps John awake at night just about. It's been something that was supposed to be part of the whole process when the bund was rebuilt in January, and that has just not happened. So we seek agreement as a community funded fund that this must be financially transparent. We have Logimas in trying to seek information on the costings, on the contract. We've been withheld on an email. We've been told there is no contract. I'm sorry, I don't believe there's a contract of over $500,000. There is not a contract in place. John did significant work on the costings. I have all of the documentation here if anyone wants to review it, of what was provided to the council prior about the costings and estimates, etc. There is no confidentiality over suppliers. There was only one tenderer who were taking the process. There was only one possible tenderer because it was the use of the Hall Road to get the equipment there that saved tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on the cost. John spent probably $50,000 worth of consultant time to get it to where it was there. So withholding the information that we have requested and being told we now need to go higher up the chain to seek it is inappropriate. It sounds a little bit like the Christchurch Library Victorial Wall, where the council wouldn't reveal what was being spent and how it was spent. We should have transparency when our 109 titles pay for that without annual levy added on top of our council rates. So we're seeking financial transparency. Thirdly, after the recent discussion on the Grayson Road extension and understanding what was happening there, and the land purchase and dock being key to it, we sent a letter to both the council and copied to the Amberley Golf Club. That was in the correspondence provided to you. We wanted to ensure that the issues that we had resolved with the golf club independently, when we couldn't get a three-way party meetings going with the council, the golf course and ourselves, are remaining in there. And under that budget of 1.4 that has been set, they hope to do it less than that, 900K, and we applaud that, but we don't want that to be at the cost of what we agreed upon, which was speed restrictions, speed humps, sealing of the first portion of road, and 9 culverts to ensure the hydrology of the water behind Grayson did not become an issue for beach residents. So we need a memo of understanding over that and the use of the Hall Road, which becomes dual purpose when 475 metres, off the top of my head, 385 metres, about 450 metres of our Hall Road is swallowed into Grayson Road extension. So we need a memo of understanding over that. Meanwhile, there is another small outstanding issue that continues to concern us, is that the ingress of any material that keeps going into the Amberley Lagoon. We've now got 3 SNAPSEN solves raised in the system and nothing has happened. So we now have huge 2 swaley areas of material raising the level of Amberley Lagoon. Lovely that we're in a dry time at the moment, but when we're not in a dry time, that lagoon pushes back into the area where the new Grayson Road will go and in behind and causes in fluvial events, the flooding onto Grayson Ave. And as a community, we all feel down there the fluvial risk to the community is far bigger than any coastal inundation. And there are several reports and things coming out that we will be relying on, along with the fact that the Jacobs reports are based on an IPCC of 8.5, which is now strongly questioned globally, let alone in New Zealand. It's not appropriate and it should be back down at the 3.5, which gives you at least probably 80 to 100 years before any action is needed, other than what's already approved in here, that the bund would continue to move backwards and grow to protect the community. So the reason why we've got a cap clause and are seeking mediation and seeking us more councillors to be involved as that process is there's a significant amount of money being involved, that this document is not now being followed. The triggers and caps are all questionable, and we have had a land purchase that was hastily undertaken at considerable cost.
Sorry, carry on, you've got one
I'm
minute.
prepared to carry on. Okay, so there is an ECAM report that's out there dated 2014 and it predates the Jacobs reports, and that talks more about the fluvial risks, etc. as well. So we see the council's responsibilities in this, and whether it sits under yourselves or under the new WSCCO, which was why I was so interested to listen into the talk today about how that will work, about looking after the drainage that comes from the Amberley Township down the terrace and in behind the Hursley Terrace areas that impacts the golf course and ourselves and the wastewater treatment plant so significantly. So if we look after the core business of a council, which is drainage and stormwater, we are fine down there at the beach. We are not knee deep in water every few months with seawater inundating us or anything like that. You would think that we had to be rescued from. I think the intent of the cap was always good, but it's got a little bit like a bucking riding horse, and a 250 section subdivision is land development and subdivision, and I don't believe that's core council business. So those are the few things we'd like to have addressed, and the team are here to help answer questions as well.
Thank you, Paula, for that succinct appraisal, I guess, from the position that you see it. And I will ask councillors if they have questions of clarity around what they've heard in the delegation, or the deputation, ahead of us. We've got 5 minutes for that before we get back to our agenda. So councillors, any questions?
Madam Mayor, I have a question. I have several actually. It's an industry I've got history in. I'd love to look at these figures that you presented on a quantity survey. I'm a forensic quantity surveyor. That's what I do. So those figures would be interesting to address. The lagoon issue. Could you clarify that a little bit more? It's new information for me.
There's 2 lagoons that exist down at the beach. Mummy Myrto is to the south.
Yes.
It sits behind the wastewater treatment plant and is South Pleasant. And Amberley Lagoon sits where the culvert currently traverses to get on up to the golf course.
You're mentioning it has a flooding rate because there's been no hydrological, sorry, I have another name for it, but I know what you're talking about. There's been no, not testing, but there's been no long-term, oh gosh, my word won't come to me.
Modelling.
Pardon?
Modelling.
Thank you. There's been no modelling on it. Is that what I'm hearing?
No. It's getting on for 18 months, 2 years ago now, that in the course of the beach road there being graded on a regular basis, just to that road, the grader made a cut off to the left, which led away, was supposed to lead water away the road. But 2 or 3 big storms in there, and though that cut has turned into a scour channel and is now pushing sand and shingle into the lagoon, which has grown. I think the first time I measured across was about 7 or 8 metres, and the last time I saw it would be out to over 20 metres wide delta into the lagoon now.
So it's backfilling the lagoon with silt, essentially, is what you're saying, lifting the height of it.
It's not backfilling, it's actually filling it up.
Well, yeah, well, sorry, we're too late, so let's not get held up. You've only got a few minutes, so I'm trying to help you. So I'm just understanding it's filling the lagoon with silt, causing the water to disperse to the lowest denomination without outside its boundaries.
Just pushing back to green.
There have been 2 requests put in to council to have it remedied with a short bundings. No, it's not that really, it's a windrow to renew a windrow and to fill that scour with stones so that the sea can actually soak away.
Thanks, Chris, for that question. Other councillors, is there other questions that you have in regard to the deputation today? Thank you, Pauline.
Yeah, if I may. So you mentioned the cause to the cap and mediation. Do you see that, that word mediation is an interesting word, do you see that there's a possibility there for the beach community and council and councillors to sit together and do that rather than, I guess, a more formal mediation?
That's what we've
procedure?
asked for the first meeting to be, but if we can't find some points of commonality of what can be agreed on and how much there is a disagreement, it would need a professional mediator, hopefully something that's not going to cost money too much.
So we're not at the professional
We
mediation.
can't incur much more debt than what we've got.
That's good to understand.
Yeah,
moving forward.
the unknown figure of debt we've got.
I think that's why we've decided to come to council as representatives of our community, and some of them have lived there for many, many years. Others are only fairly new to the community, but it affects everybody, and it affects everybody who comes in from the outer Huranui and the outer districts of Waimakariri, Christchurch, Selwyn, etc., to use the beach, which they do. So, you know, it's a big thing, and we want it to be there for everyone to use, and to, you know, not just to protect our houses. You know, if that was the case, I'd build a 6-foot wall myself, but it's just, you know, I don't feel there's a need for that. And I think it's just, yeah, it's literally at the stage where we feel that it's a community issue and it should be dealt with at this level without going to that sort of, you know, he said, she said mediation type thing where everyone's got their backs up.
And it would be fair, I'll come to a minute, Tim, it would be fair when Paula and John and Tim and Adele came and spoke with Hamish and myself. That was my first comment, that actually mediation, we are a community that actually can work through issues, and I felt quite confronted the fact that the word mediation, because that feels to me like a rather formal process. So I would welcome, you know, as we always have done, the opportunity to sit down and have a conversation and see where the common ground is and where the differences do lay. And I just also noted that the letter that was submitted following that meeting, I think it was agreed, Paula and well, the team, that we would respond to that within the new year. So we're still working on that. We have a draft, but it's not ready to be responded in full. So that was the agreed position. This presentation today, you know, we need to respond to that letter as we to honour that discussion. So I hope that you accept that as a point of shared understanding. Thank you. Is there any other questions, Robbie?
Yeah.
Sorry,
I was around when it happened.
I was going to say what you did, that we had agreed at that meeting there would be a council response to our written tabled issues, and that would preempt or predate any new steps to go to formal mediation. So it's back in the council's court to try to negotiate a solution.
So we are working through responding. We have a draft, but it's not ready to come. It's unlikely to get to you before Christmas, but it is in the agreed time frame when we last met. And I will honour that. We will honour that. That is what we expected. Whether it says what you want to hear or whether we're on that sheet and we're something for further discussion. Robbie.
Yeah, just around the Hall Road, referred to our Hall Road. I don't know what the history of the Hall Road is. It goes across a couple of private properties and reserve and whatnot. I'm just interested in your understanding of our Hall Road.
Hall Road was initiated by us as a community. We were close, Stuart Moyer, the owner, and he graciously let us use his property to form. It was supposed to be an access track to take trucks to the beach, so we could quarry. So over the years, it's been refined and it's been reshingled several times at our cost. It's probably cost $6,000 to $8,000 to actually get the thing in the state it is now, and that's been on us as a community. Now, the golf club saw it in there, they actually had it written up that it was actually an old logging road, okay, and that was quite false. And in the meeting we had with the golf club, Rishach actually admitted that was a mistake, okay. But this is the tenor of the correspondence we've had with the golf club also, who have just overridden our right to use the Hall Road exclusively, and they've taken it for themselves, you know. And it's always been like, there's never been any question or any consultation with us about the whole thing. And it is a real sticking point. So we want to know that when we need that Hall Road, it gets shut off for our use, okay?
Thanks, John Weinstein.
Okay, councillors, we've got our 5 minutes, and we'll expire that, but Chris, if you've got a quick question?
I do a quick question because it worries me over a couple of things because I can see what's going on there. And I'm sticking on this issue about your lagoons, thank you, lagoons, because this is going to lead to something bigger that's going to affect a lot of people later on. Is it because of the bunting work that's created this issue as well, or is it because of the one injury caused by the grader?
The grader has probably kept that cut open every time it's gone down there to clean the road up.
Supplementary to that, because I know we're running out of time and I am testing the mayor's patience with this. And there is a reason in my logic, just bear with me. So if that's flooding's occurring, is this water coming from further up towards, and how far in there is that water coming from?
It's coming from the sea.
It's coming the other way.
Above, beyond the culvert, north of the culvert.
Every storm over 4.5 metre waves is going right over that road. Over to the other side, and it's draining off into the lagoon down that cut. Now, the council in its wisdom, there were half a dozen rocks up there on that corner at one stage, and the council took them out in 2021 and opened that whole corner up to what is actually happening now.
Thank you.
You're welcome to come here anytime.
I knew that was a problem.
I think that we can work that through in the new year, councillors. So we generally have a tour around our district to look at places of interest, and that may form part of that as well. So thank you all very much for your presentation today. We've got your information. I'm not planning to discuss this further just at this point, because we need a full suite of information to determine a way forward. So it has been tabled, it has been received and read by councillors, and thanks very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rightio, councillors, I'll draw you back to our agenda for today. We've got further items for decisions that need to be made, and then we have some information items that we need to consider before about PE minutes. So our next item, thank you, Adele. Our next item, Hamish, this is the triennial agreement from the Canterbury Mayoral Forum. Perhaps if you just give a bit of a background to what the Canterbury Mayoral Forum is all about and what its proposal is in this regard. So thank you, Hamish.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the Canterbury Mayoral Forum consists of all the mayors in Canterbury and the chair of Environment Canterbury. The secretariat for the Canterbury Mayoral Forum is provided by ECAN. Underneath the Canterbury Mayoral Forum is Canterbury Chief Executives Forum, Policy Forum, Operations Forum, and underneath that there's a number of sub-forum which allows all the officers of Canterbury Council to get together in their specialist topics essentially and provide advice back up and try and assist the Canterbury Mayoral Forum with its aims and goals. It's a requirement of the Local Government Act under Section 15 that that each triennium, all local authorities within a region enter into an agreement covering the period until the next triennial. And the purpose of the agreement is to make sure that appropriate levels of communication, coordination, and collaboration are maintained between the local authorities. And a mayoral forum is a way that's adopted, I think, in almost all regions, of doing this. And the mayoral forums range in how active they are. So some regions, they sign an agreement and it might be once a year. The Canterbury Mayoral Forum is a very active forum. There's a lot of discussion, next 4 times a year. And there's a lot of discussion about the issues and how, as Canterbury, we can move forward. And it's acknowledged by politicians around the country as probably the most active mayoral forum. So the triennial agreement largely follows the same format every triennium, and so it is meant to be relatively straightforward and simple in structure. I note there's a note on page 140 where under collaboration, the parties commit to working collaboratively by enabling democratic decision making, promoting the well-beings. We know the government is looking to phase out the well-beings, but they haven't done so yet. So at the moment, that clause sits there. But when the government changes the legislation, if it changes it before we sign the triennial agreement, then it will be the other clause, which reflects what's in the bill before Parliament at the moment, but is a legislation. So whatever legislation's prevalent at the time that the council sign off this agreement, has to be signed off by March, will take precedence. Other than that, there is not a lot to it. Also included in terms of reference there for the mayoral form as well. So I shall leave it there, Madam Mayor, to take questions.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. And I guess I just wanted to share with you a good outcome, or one of the good outcomes from last triennium, and that was, when we were going through the policing restructure. And at Canterbury Mayoral Forum, there was probably 2 TAs, ourselves and Waimate, were probably the 2 small councils that were likely to have significant loss of policing evidence or policing across our districts. It was raised at Canterbury Mayoral Forum, and all mayors and chair of ECAN supported a collective letter to the police commissioner, and at the time, to ensure that, as a collective, how powerful that was. And, I am convinced that actually part of that collective collegiality led to the successful outcome that we collectively achieved. So that's just a really good example amongst many of the collective power of the Canterbury Mayoral Forum as we know it. So I just thought it's worthy of sharing because we all followed with interest the police restructure last year. So is there any questions in regard to this paper? Cool. Thank you, Robbie.
Look, I've read through our mayor's program there, and I can see that mayors are very busy. Within the next triennium, things can change legally, and the mayors are going to be involved with that. Have we got any indications yet of how and when that's going to play out, whether that changes this?
So, truly, Madam Mayor, at the moment, the government has announced a proposal for what it might like to see happen. Seeking feedback on this proposal, depending on, I guess, on what feedback they get, they might progress to a bill. And obviously, a bill has got a process to go through, including passing readings and go through presumably a second committee process. So I think it's some time off before they make those proposed, or before that proposal would actually see any action at all. And also remembering that there's an election coming up for these guys as well. So yeah, at the end of the day, we have to work with what we've got. We can't work with what might happen. So So, you know, I think we need to be alive to what might happen. But I think we need to work with what we've got. We're required to put this in place by 1 March. Nothing's going to happen by 1 March. So it will, you know, unless the amendment bill passes, which is noted in there, but yeah. So I think we just need to work with what we've got and work to the legislation as it stands.
And it's probably worth noting in the background on page 135, the purpose of the training or agreement ensuring appropriate levels of communication, coordination, and collaboration are maintained between the local authorities. So I guess in many ways that's a step towards what we know, what we've got now, but actually what potential might be some changes. But yeah, you know, we are in changing times with all the pieces of legislation in front of us, but this is about the collective wisdom, the collective power of Canterbury and leveraging it. Yeah. Thank you, Tom.
So just a minor technicality, but obviously it's follow on to Robbie's question. Under the mayoral forum, do all the mayors have equal votes? So the pronouncements made by that mayoral forum are all equal voting on by the mayors, because obviously there's huge debate about the regional council whether the mayors would have equal votes or not.
I think the other thing is that the mayoral forum, if a council is dissenting, always notes that this is the mayoral forum noting that Huranui dissented or whatever. So they're pretty good at just making that clear, and particularly for when we're making submissions. They will know which councils have supported that and which don't.
And Christchurch City Council, with its population and wealth and power, takes no precedence over anyone else.
It's of equal standing and equal voice, and I guess that the power is evident in that room when those decisions been made. So let's deal with this paper and then
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So is everybody happy? This is a process paper. We've had a lot of papers since we've set up as council, but this is another one of those process papers. I don't know, do I? Probably.
Just in the interest of transparency.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Hamish just replied to me. I have a role in Canterbury Mayoral Forum as I was elected for the second term as the deputy chair of the Canterbury Mayoral Forum. So the chair is again Nigel Bowen from Timaru, and so I'm the deputy chair of the Canterbury Mayoral Forum. So is that transparent enough? Yes. Thank you. Great privilege, so as well. So that's awesome. Any other questions? Someone happy to move the recommendation? Robbie?
I was just going to say with that endorsement, I'm happy to move that.
Just hope we don't get a 5-all.
So I have a mover and a seconder here, and I'll just corral you all back. If there's no further discussion, all in agreement to that, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, that's carried. Thank you. I am going to ask for a quick adjournment because I forgot Annabelle Combs would like a photograph of councillors for a Christmas message, and she is waiting in the wings. And can I ask councillors to please come forward? I'm not asking if the exec team want to join us, they're more than welcome.
Yeah.
But if I can just ask for a quick photograph here, that would be fantastic. We're good to go. So, rightio, we're at page 146, councillors, and Graham's got a couple of papers. And this one, the first one is around the Canterbury Biodiversity and Climate Change Champions. Those of you that have been around the table before realise that this is part of Canterbury Mural Forum. You know, we have these sort of subcommittees, if you like, or committees under Mural Forum, and the Biodiversity Champion and the Climate Champion requires someone to attend those meetings, and perhaps I'd like to think that actually report back to this council as to the themes or the messaging in those. But actually, Graham, I'll probably talk too much now, so maybe I'll hand over to you.
I don't think I have anything further to
Sorry.
add. You're the one with the specialist knowledge of this year. So
Yeah.
Just to have the report taken as read.
Rightio, thank you. So that does mean we're looking for a couple of willing participants to attend meetings on behalf of our council to, you know, be a voice in and be a voice out. I think, Dave, you did the climate change last year, did you? Last term, did you?
Yeah.
Do you want to give us a bit of a flavour?
Well, that was just going through the reference group and coming up with that, the policy of,
Yeah, climate action plan. Yeah.
climate action plan.
Yeah.
So I suppose my role in it was just to keep them on track and be sensible. That was what wasn't in it versus what could have been in it.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm kind of up for a couple of participants really, of who's got the time, who's got the desire, who's got the interest. It's kind of helpful if you've got a natural interest in those areas, bearing in mind we've got Steve and Vince away today that might also have an interest in those
Yeah, I
areas.
thought
But would
we
you be
actually
happy?
Delegated these out a while ago, didn't we?
No, but that was what we delegated, what we determined is that it needed to go through Mural Forum, and this is now where we populate those committees. Mural Forum needed to consider that they were still going to have those forum.
For some reason, I thought I was this climate champion.
Are you keen to do that again?
Yeah.
Great, that sounds like a nomination coming.
I nominate.
Thank you. Dave, are you happy to accept that? That's great. So we now have, if there's any other nominations for the climate champion? Mover and a seconder, all in agreement that Dave Hislop continues that role as a climate champion, please say aye.
Aye.
Is that what you want me to do? Is that okay? And I'll probably. Yeah, okay. So now we're looking for a biodiversity champion, so someone that has a natural interest in biodiversity. Chris or Chris? Okay. Fine. Just the four. Who's the other Chris?
No.
Oh, there. See pasture.
Show an interest in.
No, he's biosecurity.
Oh, thank you, bio.
Yeah, so last term, I think Councillor Karen Armstrong started that role, but Councillor Ross Barnes completed that as a biodiversity champion. So there again, it's about just making sure that our district is protected. And yeah, so any interested parties?
If no one else is prepared to stand, I'm quite happy to go.
Oh, that's great.
I'm happy to move a nomination for Councillor Davies.
Thanks, Tom. That's great. We've got a seconder. Is there any other nominations? Okay, all in agreement that Councillor Tom Davies is our biodiversity champion. All in agreement that please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's carried.
List is list.
Yeah. Okey-dokey. Thanks, thanks, Dave, and thank you, Tom. What I'd really like to have for this term is because is, you know, perhaps at once you've been to a meeting, to just give a bit of an update at our presentation meeting, you know, just to kind of get some of the collective Canterbury flavours on what's going on. So that takes us through to our community committee memberships, and Graham, this is your paper, so how about you tell us about it?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And again, it's a pretty straightforward one. As you're aware, the council set its governance structure at its 4th of November meeting. Included in that was the community committees. Since then, the community committees have been through their triennial meetings and have gone through the selection process for the community members. And so this is just council needing to endorse those appointments. Mayor has pointed out on Appendix 1 where we've got them listed under Cheviot and Glenmark. We've got the bottom bullet points aren't really necessary because the council members and the youth reps are appointed through different processes. So this is just approving the community members. So we'll just drop those 2 bullet points off the bottom for both those other 2. So it's really just asking the council to endorse those memberships.
Thank you. And I guess the only other discussion point is approve the recommendation of the Cheviot Community Committee for a 4th independent member. I think their term of reference or whatever it is 3 independent, but the committee are requesting that fourth independent member, which was moved and went through the process at their committee meeting last week, didn't it, Fiona?
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
So that's part of the recommendation as well. Is there any questions around that, councillors? That seems pretty straightforward to me. Yep. So you're happy with the recommendation around Cheviot Community Committee for a 4th independent member? And if that being the case, can I ask mover? Yes. Happy to move? Yes. And Chris Carthy to second that. There's no further discussion, all in agreement with that, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, that motion's carried. Thank you. Thanks very much, Graham, that's great. So our next open agenda item for a decision today is Jason's paper. This is in regard to the Amberley Bowling Club. You will note the background and some history around the bowling club, and that they're looking to advance and do a bit of an upgrade, and they've got a bit of a shortfall and have come to the council for some support. We do have a bit of precedent around this. You know, we had a good result in Hamner Springs where they had, was it 100 grand? No,
70,000.
They had 70 as well, okay. And paid that back within the time frame, so that was successful. So Amberley, yeah, so maybe Jason, if you just tell us a bit about this paper and then we can debate the merits of.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, so the attached on page 159 is the email I received from Ian Peter Group. We had a meeting with him and Graham Shaw and Don Knight from the bowling club. As I've said in the background on page 156, they're looking to their current greenkeeper is retiring and they're finding challenges to replace him. They have looked at developing an artificial all-weather green to replace what's currently there. So that negates the requirement for a lot of greenkeeping. Also, significant amount of watering as well. So there is some benefits there. They have stated that the total cost of the project is around 370,000. They've actually got cash reserves, including a grant of about 100,000. They've got one of benefactors to provide another $100,000 loan, he calls it, and then they are confident that the members will stick up another $100,000. But to do that, they have a meeting on Thursday night to make a decision whether it's worthwhile moving forward. But even at that 100,000 of members' contributions, there will be about a $70,000 shortfall, and that's what they have asked the council to consider whether a loan is available, and then that will give them a little bit of some further information to make a decision on Thursday night. So, as we had with the Hammer Springs Bowling Club and the Hammer Springs Forest Camp Trust, if we were to provide a loan, the general conditions of the loan will be over 10 years with monthly repayments. Certainly no penalties for any lump sum repayments. The interest rate set at our internal interest rate that we charge our own communities, and there would be some form of security, given the fact that the bowling club sits on part of the reserve anyway. It sort of falls back to council's ownership if it ever defaults. But not that we would be ever wanting to run a bowling club ourselves, but that's just to protect the council's investment in a loan. But they do have an expanding membership, similar to the golf club. There is the population growth in Amberley has been of mainly significantly retired people, which bowls as a
attractive proposition.
Is a sport that is able to be done by those people. Yeah, I don't know whether there's anything else I can provide. They did make a relatively large operating surplus last year, and as you've stated, with that operating surplus, there is the ability to make the light repayments.
Okay. Yeah, I think the paper would probably come pretty well prepared for your paper. It was pretty well set out, and I guess it's just that decision around principle and ability and willing party, isn't it really? So I'm happy to receive any questions to Jason in regard to this paper. We do have a recommendation on page 156, but let's sort of tease that out, flesh that out a little bit first. So I see your hand up, Chris.
Yeah, sorry. I must have put a light on it. I do apologise. Lovely bit of work. Thank you, Jason. Love your tie, by the way. I like your tie today. So there's no penalty for them to lump sum and get themselves out of there early? Is there no penalty for them to lump sum and get out early?
No, I mean, we sort of I take the view that we're a lender of last resort. We don't really want to be lending to community groups. So any benefit to them by them, if they have a successful grant application or some fundraising, they can put that all against the loan and reduce the interest costs.
So no penalties at all. Brilliant. That was all I wanted to ask, really. Thank you.
That's great. So I'll come to Chris and then I'll go to Pauline and Robert. Thank you. Thanks, Chris.
Sorry, just more big picture question. As I say, we've got a precedent that we provide loans to community groups. How many community groups do we loan to? Or I mean, not obviously there's been a loan to the Hamlet, and I guess is this actually somewhere we really want to be going as a council?
Like I said, I think we're sort of the lender of last resort. We don't naturally want to do that, hopefully, but they have spent a bit of time with Vanessa Nouns and our team looking at opportunities for grant funding. They were successful with the Lime Foundation, but they feel they've sort of exhausted as much as they can because the trust monies, with the interest rates dropping, it isn't as available as it used to be. And they are taking a step of trying to get the members to front up with so there is a fair amount of, and they are confident, but I mean it may not get over the line on Thursday night, and then they revert to time. So the members have got a lot of interest in this. It's not sort of doling out money just for the sake of it.
Which doesn't really answer my question.
Sorry, that was it. Over the journey, we've provided a loan to the Amberley Squash Club. That was feels like last week, but it was probably 15 years ago. We've provided loan finance to Hammond Springs Bowling Club and to the Forest Camp Trust. We do have a loan sitting in the wings with the Huranui Community Development Trust, but that is the origins of that were a bit different to this. But we do have a mechanism of providing for community loans, and it's built into our Treasury policy that it's allowable because these things do crop up on every now and then.
But I guess it is a bit of a conundrum going forward, Chris, for councils up and down the country. You know, if the rate capping is, you know, 2 or 4%, I mean, that will impact on, you know, where our headroom might sit or where our availability for projects or support to our community. So, and I guess that's what you're almost thinking about as well, you know, how many demands and how much pressure does it put on our internal system?
That's true, but also how much do we want to set a precedent that we're going to have groups coming and asking for money? And so if it's a last resort, we're not here to be a bank. And if I can't get a loan from a bank, yeah, there are concerns. Like I'm not saying that this isn't a good cause, and as you say, they've raised a lot of the money themselves. Yeah, I am concerned.
Yep, yeah, understand where you're coming from actually, Chris, so thank you. Pauline, I think then Robbie and Tom. Thank you.
But Chris has raised a number of the points that I was going to raise. I mean, we are not a bank. However, we have in recent years set a precedent. I'm uncomfortable with that precedent. And the story of the Hammond Springs Bowling Club is an absolute community success story that, you know, I'm pretty proud that this council could be part of. I'm also really pleased to see that the group's been proactive in having some funds on hand and in seeking their own funds. And so I do in principle think that this is a great community project to support, despite my preface there. But I think I've got a couple of questions and a couple of concerns. So in the background, it says there, Jason, that members will be prepared to finance a further 100,000. Sorry, no, that's not what I'm looking for. So the extra 100,000 that in there is from a benefactor, but then in the correspondence that's come from Barb Pettigrew, it's termed as a loan. So I don't have any concerns around the repayments of $743.14 per month to cover the $89,000, you know, that would potentially be the total of the loan, you know, taking into account cost. But I wonder if we've been given any intel at all into, I know it says as and when it can be afforded, but that's another $100,000, that's a lot of chunk. And I guess my concern is around, I'm comfortable with us having, you know, the ability to have security on the loan with the buildings and stuff for the 70,000, 90,000, whatever the total is, but that other $100,000, should that be called in or defaulted on? I mean, I guess that's sitting here for me. I'm a little bit concerned about that.
I mean, I can only take what they've told me and what they put in the email. There was another line in there specifically around that I felt didn't need to be included, but it was. It's the money when we got it, so written off process. But for the 100,000 from members, that's what the key discussion is. We've obviously had prelim discussions with the members, key discussions on Thursday night, that this is the deal. If you do put some funding into it, this is the conditions. And yeah, I don't know exactly how many members they have and what is their requirement from each of the members, but the expectation is that they won't get paid unless there will be funding available. So all this is for the benefit of the members.
Yeah, sure. Do we know, sorry, supplementary question, do we know that $100,000 benefactor loan, well, I mean, sorry, because it does sit with our loan, will there be legalities drawn up around that, or is it just a handshake deal?
Without sort of, it is, the loan is from Ken Pettigrew. He has stated that that repayments will be made when funds permit. And then that loan is completely extinguished on the death of himself and his wife.
And I think.
It's not on me in here, but I didn't feel that it needed to be.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but you know, people's circumstances can change. Yeah, is I guess what's just sitting there for me. I wouldn't,
And I guess that risk actually sits with the bowling club.
That's right.
You know, the risk for us is on the request of $70,000. Are we in support or not? But the risk of the balance actually sits with the bowling club to determine, and that will form part of the discussion on Thursday night, is what I'm hearing. Yeah. Hang on, Chris, I need to go. I've got Tom coming first, so. Yeah, has that explored your questions at the moment?
I understand what you're saying in regards to risk, but potentially if it's the buildings which are on our reserve that we're securing, that's our security for the loan, kind of some of that risk is passed on to us, I think, is my point. I mean, as I said, I'm in favour in principle, but
So I think we have Tom and Robbie.
Tommy and Rob.
Tommy is becoming increasingly common. Anyway, regardless. Tom all my life. I was just going to say for those people, with regard to the two instances of loans to people in Hanmer, in both of those circumstances, ownership and lease details and financial setups and everything else like that are quite complex, and they're not the sort of entities that can normally borrow, because they are a group of mixed people who have just got an interest in a specific issue, and they don't own the premises or don't lease the premises, and they haven't got that security to be able to borrow it. And all I can say is that it makes a huge amount of difference. It really, really does. So much so that the bowling club, I think, paid off in about 4 or 5 years, less than half the time, because they felt that they were able, finances helps, the club facilities were brilliant, and the honesty box proved to be absolute boom. Ridiculously so. Little honesty box, because you've got lovely facilities, all those visitors coming, and they used the honesty box brilliantly. So, I would say I'm fully in support of this, and I'm happy to propose it.
Yeah. So, I mean, you've been a bit closer to the good example of, I guess, inserting some trust into, good, hard-working grafters in our community, and it paid off, but, I guess the pinch point for us is that it is another $70,000, and from a collective responsibility, and I think that's what Chris is highlighting. Robbie.
Yes.
And then I'll go to Chris, and then we'll try and wrap it.
Yes, I'm in support of this with some lookouts. At the moment, they've got 40 plus 60, they've got 100,000 in the back pocket at the moment, and you're saying that the other loan is benefactor / but they're up, and this is what they'll talk about at their meeting, no doubt. They're up for another 100,000 from members, so they probably haven't got full commitment on that yet. At the moment, they've got 70k, and over 10 years, it's going to cost them nearly 9k, and they had 14 to spare, so that extra 5 left over, it was 10 there before. That's what they're going to hope to grow, and that's what they're going to pay theirs and rents for the other 100. So they've got their work cut out for them there. The other thing that I'd like them to talk about at their meeting, I think I can remember talk of a retirement home possibly doing something bowling clubby or bowling green there. So I'd like to think that they've had discussions, is Amberley big enough for 2, or is it something that they work together to make one good thing? I think that we talk about that. So I'd be in favour of this, but I kind of want to know that, because their money has sort of been putting in a good faith, I'd want to know that the ratepayers' money has got, I suppose it has for having security over the property, has kind of got first call, that it's the first loan that they pay off each week before they look at the rest of it. So that's what I'd be in favour with that.
Madam Mayor, if we have that security built into our agreement, I believe we'd be first in the line to be paid if there was a default.
And just in your comment in regard to country estate, I stand to be corrected, but I think that any facility that is in the country estate profile, that is for their own membership as opposed to a public grant. I'm pretty sure that's correct. Do you know that for certain? I'm quite confident in saying that, but I don't want to misguide you, but that's. Who else had a question? Chris, and then.
It was actually, I think Robbie might have covered it off, but I was going to ask, in the terms of agreements, we're going to be placing in first point of call, or in other words, our security, we're a secured loan lender. Will that be secured by the individuals of the exec, or because their assets are nil, technically?
Well, yeah, they do have a building and they will have, a $370,000 asset theoretically, not that, as I mentioned before, it's something that we want to naturally take ownership of should it default, but it just does secure it a little bit.
So in the terms and agreements, we will have that in place. Thank you. Yeah, I think Robbie.
And there is no rating input to this. They'll be paying our interest rate, which is higher than my external interest rate. So there is there is no rating input into this. They're just replacing the external interest with interest on the loan. Yeah.
Cool. Sorry, Dave, and then I'll go to Pauline. Sorry.
I'm a bit like Chris and feel we're city presidents, and we've done the forest camp last week, and we've done, and I've worked pretty hard on Tom that going forward, that they need to work to give that money back in a whole lot of different ways, and have come up with, I think, quite a good plan to reduce the council's $130,000 loan that we've got to forest camp. So, and there's so many different sports clubs, I can just see it. That worries me. One sentence in here that says we're doing it for a long suffering and serving greenkeepers giving up in a year's time. Initial cheaper option might be to give for them to employ someone to look after the green in the short term. Because I think going forward is to have, and then I get it, that we want to have a hub for people playing bowls, petanque, whatever, that demographics. So, this might be a band-aid to fix a long-term problem. And we might joint venture with the country club that they can have a bowling club that people can publicly use as well. I've seen that happening in Moscow, with a bowling club in a retirement village. So it just, the race cap and not, it's not core business to me. So I'm struggling with it. I think there could be some other solutions. And I'm even thinking for the community, and again, outside, might need some guidance on it. This is something that lies not with us, but lies with the Amberley community. What's the new ward?
Community board?
Southwood.
Yeah, if they want to spend their money in their town or for their bowling club, fill your boots, because that comes out of their budget and not the district. So to me, it's at the wrong place. And then the next thing will be a dog park. Is that core business?
Never mind.
Sorry.
The Emily the South Board Committee doesn't have delegation to borrow money, and it can only spend money that's budgeted through the annual plan for the long-term plan. So this decision has to be made by council.
But if it ended up in the annual plan, could they, it has to be still made one?
Yeah, you'd have to put that, you'd have to approve that in the annual plan.
Cool, thank you. Pauline and then Robbie.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, I guess aside from where we're at with this, but is it a point in time where we've got $130,000 loan to the forest camp? If this goes through, that will be $200,000. Do we need a self-determined ceiling on loan facilities, if nothing else? I mean, I know our treasury policy allows it, but up to what level? Because, you know, as Dave said, the landscape's changing.
Yeah.
And it isn't core business, you know. I mean, my heart and my head are telling me this is absolutely what we need to do for our community, just in the same way that we did it for the Hamish Springs community. But the landscape's changing. So, I mean, what happens if next month we are here and we've got another community entity asking us for another $100,000? You know, at what point do we say, okay, we've got, what is it? Is it $500,000 of lending? Is it a percentage of our facility or what?
Sorry, Harding Bowling Club is under desperate need of money too. You know, Lions Club gave them money, so Harding Bowling Club might come and have a crack at you, just Amberley got it. That's only bowling.
Yeah. Robbie.
They've got a meeting coming up, obviously, and we've given them plenty of food for thought. One other thing they want to consider down there, I'm sure they would have, but I think they're thinking of doing a artificial turf. I've seen that entire green underwater, because the drains and the preserve group's been talking about trying to deal with it for a number of years, right from the car playground all the way down through. This is not sorted out. So I presume they'd be thinking about that sort of thing. I kind of think that for my part, if we were to signal that is that 70 million available, but you want to have me talk about these other things, they may not carry on, but they need to have the doors wide open. You know, it's
Okay, so I mean, I think we've had a really good discussion. And you know, there is, I think Chris signaled at the start, you know, you know, they're the things that we need to be thinking about all the time, because, and I think Pauline, your comments are bang on, because we don't know what is around the corner, who else might want to come with us and with good intention that we would like to support as many people in our community, but there is a limited purse available, you know, and I think that's what we're challenged with here today. Hamish, perhaps just see where you're thinking, and then we'll try and wrap it up.
I've been looking at the maths, and so our loan's going to cost them $13,000 to $9,000 a year for 10 years. They've got $100,000 outstanding to their members at 4% interest, which is another $4,000 a year. Their total income is $14,000 a year. So if they're trying to pay back capital on that other loan, it's 100 years. That won't be, because I only pay the first 10 years $1,000 a year. But it's been mentioned that bowling clubs tend to be a slightly older demographic, and sometimes those people find themselves in circumstances where they need the money. They're looking to get the money out again because they need an operation, they should do it or whatever. So it's, I mean, we are the lender of last resort, and there's a reason for that. I think anything that you decide to do needs to be really well structured to keep us first in the queue. And I mean, because I think it's really tight, really tight. You know, last year their total income was $10,000, this year was 14 surplus. They're not going to have a lot to come and go on, and they do have the other expenses that crop up from time to time, like any club. So I guess I'm sounding a note of caution, but if you're determined to go ahead with it, then you want to make sure that whatever we do is extremely well structured to really lock us into first place.
Okay. I'm gonna look for some leadership here to make a decision.
I'm wondering, is it feasible to put, because they've got a meeting coming up, that we could see some, because he's written the letters, it's a bit of an early shot, really, isn't it? It hasn't been gone through 6 months of meetings or whatever. It's kind of like, well, here we are, if we could just get that. So I'm wondering if it was put that, yeah, we might look at the 70, but we would like to see how you've locked up the other 100 that's going to come from the members, and just be sure we're not putting in a position where you're going to put too much stress on the club. And then perhaps, because they're not going to do it tomorrow, then perhaps if it came back with some more concrete, yep, we're solid here, we've got commitments from 20 people that we're going to put in whatever, that'd be a way forward, perhaps, rather than
Whatever
the deep end.
Whatever you decide, I'll have a try and arrange a meeting with Graham and personally just to inform them of the concerns, and then making sure that they're well aware of what would be stringent conditions of an agreement should they go to the next step.
Yeah, okay, Brett?
Through Chair, I was going to cover off about precedent, which everyone's done. Hamish really well in relation to ability to pay, which concerns me. Confirm that we can handle the GST for us. What does that refer to?
Yeah, I think it was on the basis we would pay for the work and they'd reimburse us for that, and we'd claim the GST. But I think the better situation for them is for them to be registered for GST and claim it themselves. So that would be my very, very firm advice on that. And I mean, GST, I've been GST for the last 35 years, so I know how it works. It's not that hard, but I can hold their hand through that process.
So, I mean, I'm kind of getting a feel from around the table that there is a fundamental concern to support, but there are also some equally fundamental concerns about the repayment capacity and the ability to service that loan in the short to long-term future. And perhaps that the recommendation might be that we instruct Jason to have a further conversation with the membership of the bowling club and convey the concerns, and if they could provide greater certainty about their capability to repay, that might give the confidence for the council to support this. Have I sort of captured the thinking around the table? And
I still have a major concern. You're going to have a run on sports clubs and organisations wanting money. So we've got to. I can just know Hardham White Carry Bowling Club, White Carry swimming clubs, everything. It just doesn't stop.
So perhaps if we can separate that out, and if we get a recommendation to provide Jason with some guidance of having a discussion with the membership of the bowling club. But I think on the back of that, following Pauline and Dave's and Chris really, that we in sometime in the new year we have a consideration of how we are going to manage these going forward if we get a flood of further requests. What is it? Is it a policy setting? Is it a, what is it? So maybe that's something that we could have a discussion in the new year around. Would that kind of sit in?
Well, I think you should even suggest now that officers draft some sort of policy to cap the amounts available that can be made back to you in the new year.
Okay, I'm cool with that.
Sorry, just quickly on that. Through your work with other chief executives or through Mayoral Forum, just what other councils' policies are, can that be part of that recommendation or draft?
You can probably find that anyway.
Yep.
Okay, so let's separate out there's two outcomes that we've got from this discussion. Have you got anything that might look like a recommendation to provide Jason with some guidance to instruct Jason to have a conversation with the Amberley Bowling Club, and what the council is seeking is some certainty around repayment structure.
And then could I suggest that you authorise, that you approve the loan to the bowling club, subject to Jason negotiating conditions that are acceptable to the council, and then he can bring those conditions back to the council to show that there's an agreement that protects.
Does everybody feel comfortable with that?
No, I don't. No. Mayor, I don't feel comfortable with that at all. I think we should send a message out there, and I'm in agreement with councillor Hislop on this, that I'm wary of our pending rates cap. I'm wary of our pending interest rates are moving again up. I'm wary of the things that are the small things, as the old day I was taught, look after the pennies and the pounds will look after themselves. I feel we're in the pennies category here, and I think long term it could well cause issues for us. I'm not comfortable with drafting. I feel that we should be sending a message to the clubs, and I think that when you look at the numbers on this, and I agree with some of the statements made by our CEO, that they're going to struggle to pay, and we end up yet again with that issue in our hand. And we then have to explain to our ratepayers who employ us, and in our case, vote us into these roles, what we're doing. And then, as Councillor Hislop's pointed forward, it won't be far away before we have the other clubs starting to tap on our door. That's just my view. Thank you.
So I'm pretty keen to separate out the discussions that we've had here. I'm sorry, I'm going to lean on your drum. Have you got anything, notwithstanding the objection to the wording that the CEO posed, but you can hear that actual discussion?
Your first suggestion was that the council instruct the chief financial officer to have a further conversation with the bowling club and to convey the concerns of the councillors and ask that they can provide greater certainty regarding their ability to meet the loan repayment.
Does that sit comfortably, and if that was the case, would someone be willing to move? I've got a couple of hands up. Are you looking to?
Yeah, look, I'm comfortable with moving that, because that means that we're then going to have the ability to make a decision with a fuller suite of information. So I am comfortable with that. Shall we work on that before the request for officers to?
Yeah, I want to separate them
So
out.
I would be comfortable in moving that.
And with the current wording?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Robbie?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to second that, to go to that stage. I think the next stage needs a wee more forward. I don't want to see, dare I say it, NIMBYism come into any of our decision making. There are some things all over the Huranui that, you know, they won't happen unless, and it fits with our policy of the whole strategy thing in there around, you know, people and everything else. We're not opening up the door for everything and everything, but I do think that we need a bit more thinking around how we control that. But I don't think it's an argument that, you know, if we put that there, we can't have this there. We shouldn't be thinking like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether that fits in this recommendation.
This recommendation I'm happy with.
Okay, so your last comment was actually more in line with officers bringing back a paper. Okay, so if we can just hold that out, we've got a mover and we have a seconder. Does everybody clear on what the recommendation is? I want to hear it again.
Yes, please, Mayor.
Thank you, Grant.
That the council instruct the chief financial officer to have a further conversation with the bowling club and convey the concerns of councillors and ask if they can provide greater certainty regarding their ability to meet the loan repayments.
Right.
I am thinking about the club on Thursday night when they're trying to move forward with a project, and there still may be just there is no certainty of the council, potential of the council loan to meet the shortfall, whether there is something that in principle the council agrees to provide some funding subject to these components being in place.
Yeah, that might be better.
It just gives them a little bit more
Certainty.
level of positivity going into the meeting, that if they get the 100,000 from their members, that they may have a project after all. At the moment, if they don't get that, the project's probably a dead duck.
Do you think you haven't got enough leeway to have that discussion? Are you going to that meeting on Tuesday?
No, I'm not, but I'll certainly have the meeting with Ian and Graham, or attend to have the meeting tomorrow or Thursday morning.
Right.
With them, just certainly expressing the concerns of council that whether with any sort of certainty of moving forward with their members.
I think from what I'm hearing around the table, I think that you can if they could provide some certainty about getting their 100 grand from their club members, perhaps the council might have a better look at it. But I'm not hearing 100% confidence around the table around that, so I can't categorically give you that assurance. But I think that the questions that have been raised here have actually been about the uncertainty in the minds of councillors for the ability for the club to repay that $70,000, and I think that's where it sits. Yeah, so I think if we just hold there, we've got a resolution, we've got a mover and a seconder, we've given direction to Jason to have that discussion with the bowling club. If he can come back with some other information, we'll determine that on good information. So if there is no further queries around that and you understand what you're voting on, are you all happy? I'm going to put that motion all in agreement to that. Please say aye. Aye. Those against?
Against.
1, 2, 3 against. Thank you. Any abstentions? That motion is carried. Thank you. So thank you. Do the folk want to your names against the abstention?
Yes, please.
Voting against it?
Yes,
Thank
please.
you. So on the back of the discussion, perhaps if I could consider the intent to instruct officers to bring back a paper on policy setting for loans to community groups in the new year, and I think that's the intent of that following discussion. Is that sitting comfortably? Is that about what you're wanting? I'm happy to move that, Graham. Is someone willing to second that? Thank you, Fiona. Is there any further discussion on that motion? So we expect some sort of paper in the new year. Comfortable?
Yeah, I'm just
comment.
Your voice on home chat may not work. We've had a couple of things in the West Ward. Like, for example, we might get Cheviot Cricket Club looking to do something, whatever. I'm wondering if we can somehow link these loans, as was suggested earlier, down through the amenities, whether it goes like this one here, perhaps down through the south, whether it's funding that goes into there so that it's something that maybe more local is paid more local, because I can understand, some of the sentiment. If there's a way of doing that, because our local amenities rates don't cover things like this, but whether or not there's a fund, so it's channeled through that vegetable fund. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what your thoughts
That's
are.
right.
But it might come back.
We do have a contestable fund that
Yes.
this funding could be drawn from, to be fair.
Madam Mayor, from my understanding of the conversation, what you're looking at is a policy to cover community loans.
Yep.
And it should consider things like geographical spread, what sort of entities could potentially be eligible, and some sort of tool to measure the affordability for that entity, and criteria that the council might want to place on to as far as affordability goes. And a total amount that you may want to have outstanding at any one time, or some such cap. rolling cap or something like that that you might want to put in place. So that's the sort of components that I think that you might be looking for in a policy. And my suggestion would be that we draft something up, present it to you in a draft to workshop and say, yeah, this bit doesn't work or this bit works or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the intent of the discussion. And that flavour should be given geographically, you know, what we plan, I mean, all of those. So I think a workshop, so we can tease that out, I think would be really helpful. But thanks, Jason, for that paper. And, you know, it's time for us all, isn't it, really? So thank you. So that's
Just, sorry, voting on that last one.
oh, I'll beg your pardon. Okay, sorry. So do you want to, you know what we're voting on? We're voting on the recommendation. Let's bring us back to paper on that. So I think we've got clarity in mind around that. You're happy without it being read back? If you're all in agreement with that, please say aye. Aye. Those against? That motion's carried. Thank you. Sorry, Graham. Okay, councillors. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Jane. Yep, we'll see you soon. Good luck. Thanks, Pauline.
Yeah, thanks. Just perhaps, Jason, given that you're meeting with the, I was going to say the golf club, but the bowling club, and it seems that they've been proactive to date with, you know, funding applications, but perhaps if you could just remind them that, you know, they could make an application for an amount to the contestable fund and also the ADRA, Kimberley District Residents Association, because I'm sure that they might be keen to explore other funding options.
Yeah, good point. Thank you. Thanks for that. Radio councillors, we've got 3 information items that we need to contend with, and we will do them through 4 o'clock is really our finish time, because this room needs to be prepared for our students here. So, Jason, we've got the financials in a fulsome report. Thank you. And perhaps I'm willing to take a wee bit of time to go through these. I know that. Did you want to speak, Jason? But if we can go through these and Jason can answer the questions that might be raised in your mind. So thanks, Jason.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And yeah, my note was just purely because these numbers are very much hot off the press. They don't, and again, because of the timing of this meeting, we're about 2 weeks earlier than we would normally be. Just getting the numbers in the segment, but we just had not had the time to do the full analysis of them because I know there are components of it that still aren't flowing through correctly. So certainly have a great deal of visibility of the financial reports, a lot more now than I even had 2 weeks ago. So they're getting better, they're just not perfect at the minute. But because of that, I'm going to certainly just concentrate on the year-to-date figures. The November figures are sort of more wash-ups of what we've reported previously, rather than what it actually did occur in November. So if we, again, concentrate on the year-to-date figures there. So as per the report that I had sent around last night and handed around, page 1 is where we're sitting overall. So for the first 5 months of the financial year, we're sitting on a total revenue of 26 million, about $750,000 higher than what we had budgeted for the first 5 months. And from an operating expenditure point of view, we're sitting on just on 30 million, which is just a shade under $1 million less than what we had budgeted for that period. But again, the budget is largely based on 5/12 of the full year's budget. So it hasn't again just not had that time to calendarize the project expenditure. perfectly, and then from a capital expenditure point of view, we've spent just on 7.5 million of a total expenditure, capital expenditure budget of 35 million. Then it's just broken down into the individual groups of activities. Water supplies.
Can I ask?
Yeah, no,
while we're
sorry.
on the page?
Yeah, go,
Okay,
sorry.
so,
Your life.
Yeah, under the operating expenditure on the first page there, we're over expending on other direct expenditure to the tune of 230 odd thousand.
Yeah,
And then,
even though I provided the November reports here, I think the year-to-date reports are more applicable because, like I said, the November one is probably more of a wash-up of what might not have been perfect October presented. So, but they will get better as we go through the process. Yeah.
no more grilling from me.
Yeah,
Just on that basis, Jason, we've got 2 million development contributions in November, it's a total year to date of 724,000. So we have negative development contributions.
What are you talking about?
Development contributions year to date, 724.
Yes.
Development contributions November 2.1. So did we have a negative development contribution?
Yeah, there was a mismatch there, and that's why Craig should have just put a big line through November. Yeah, it was just a wash up. It was incorrect coding of rates, and so you can see a big negative in rates and a big positive in development contributions. Yep. It's getting that coding right. So
yep, sure.
Apologise, but we on development contributions we are actually up on development contributions for the year, and you see another line item there being vested assets. We've had one major subdivision, I think in Padma Springs, that has come on board, and there's been a raft of assets that have been passed on to council as well. Bearing in mind for the entire 24-25 year, we had no vested assets whatsoever. So, there were a lot of developments on the go, but none had come to fruition, whereas this one's finally come to fruition.
So is that $1 million going to happen?
Yep, it's already been spent on assets, so it's still sitting there. Okay, so the water supplies, and again, focus on the year-to-date activities. Key variance there, you can see that we have received less rates for the first 5 months than we had budgeted for, and that is primarily the chunk of rates that Waimak District Council collect on our behalf for the Ashley Waters. They pay us every quarter at the end of the quarter, so there's about $500,000 of rate money that's coming, that will be in the bank account on later this week for the rates that they collect on our behalf. Okay, and then capital expenditure down the bottom there, you're only about half of what we were expecting to spend for the first 5 months. Sewer Ridge, page 3. I mean, development contributions are up on budget. The vested assets are bang on budget for the period of time, and overall our operating expenditure slightly down on budget, but also our capital expenditures down on budget. Stormwater on page 4. Again, we do have lower than budgeted operating expenditure, and a lot of that expenditure in stormwater is very seasonal, so the budget doesn't quite reflect the reality. Capital expenditures are largely on budget overall, but it is boosted by the fact that there was $190,000 worth of stormwater assets that were vested in council. Roads and footpaths, on page 5. Overall, our capital expenditure and our operating expenditure is down on budget. But our revenues are higher than budget, so I believe there is not quite the correct alignment between the grant money coming in and what we have spent. So again, that is part of the deeper diving that just have not had a chance to review. Page 6 is climate adaptation. And the other income, there was 360,000 of other income that we had allowed for in the budget was in relation to the sale of land in Wattenell Beach that we were developing to provide areas for displaced landowners to move to. We had 360,000 budgeted for this year and another 360,000 budgeted for next year. That probably won't, that work won't be completed in time to do new sales before the end of this financial year. So that will continue to be a permanent variance, but it will flow through into the next financial year or whenever the work is completed. Those sections are available for sale. There's a little bit more expenditure there, and again, that is some consulting work for the relocation project. Page 7 is public services, and again, development contributions as a whole is up on budget. And then total at the moment expenditure is below budget. And then capital expenditure again is significantly lower than what we had budgeted for the first 5 months. Again, a lot of those capital projects will be seasonal, so there'll be a lot more when we do have a chance to do the calendarisation. There'll be a higher portion. So the key construction period, the December, January, February, March. Regulatory, page 8. Being down on revenue, just the level of activity has been lower than what was budgeted for. We're also on expenditure, primarily employment costs relating to regulatory issues, both building control, planning.
Thanks, Pauline.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. Just like through the chair, so I'm just looking at the revenue being down 110,000 and the employment costs being up. That doesn't kind of make sense. 200,000 when you consider that that's a substantial difference to the budget.
The employment costs are lower than what we had.
Sorry, lower.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm putting it the other way around. Sorry.
And again, being able to drill down.
That makes complete sense if the income is down in the.
Right, the thermal pools and spa on page 9. So what we've got there is a line called the Springs Thermal Pools and Spa surplus. So for the year to date, they've recorded a deficit of 26,000. And the budget for that first 5 months was a deficit of just on 7,000. So slightly up on that deficit, but the key, the absolute key trading period is actually now through to the early part of February. So one would hope that a significant part of that $2 million profit that we are budgeting for will be recouped over that period of time.
So the next quarter will tell will help us with that storytelling, really. Yeah. That's cool, thank you.
Yeah, one thing that's not in there, and it is just an error, is the budget for the capital expenditure relating to the thermal poles. It's not listed there. We do have the capital expenditure that was allowed for in the annual plan, plus a significant amount that was carried forward from the previous year. Plus, we do have another project that's been will need to be reflected. Okay, and page 10 is governance and corporate. Here we do have a few variances within the operating expenditure. I do note that the employment costs seem to be about $435,000 above budget, but overall we're about $400,000 lower than budget. So there is an element of allocating the correct wage costs to the individual activities that hasn't occurred yet, and there is still some processing issues we've got with that. So and similarly, I believe under other direct expenditure, what all the 640,000 so that specifically related to the services that needs to be reallocated or recoded to other areas. So yeah, I know I seem to be having this sob story the last 5 months on the process, but I can assure you it is getting better to extract that information. It's just having a bit of time to be able to I suppose query the numbers myself to be able to know that number's not correct there, it's not shown in the right area, it should be there. And a lot of that is unfortunately sits in my head rather than providing it to Cheryl, who produces this for me and been on board for 5 months herself.
So I mean, just in that regard though, Jason, I mean, this has come a long way, you know, and I know it's been a slow and frustrating process for you as much as it has for anybody else, but you know, do you think we're getting closer, so in the new year we are likely to get a full suite of the accounts, you know, in a manner that we can kind of have a read of them before we come to the meetings, you know, is that's the intention, that's what we've obviously been working on that for a while, but it's yeah.
That's certainly the intention, and with a lot more narrative than me just trying to do it off the top of my head, and that is just having the time that we had done. Again, should have had this meeting on the 30th of December rather than the 16th, and a lot of information would be provided, you know, in the report.
Yeah, that's fine. Look, I mean, I think we all understand, but you know, it's just important to note it and you know, work towards that as well.
Yeah, I can assure you, I'm not satisfied with where we are.
I know.
You know, it's not the way I like to do business. But we're getting closer.
Yeah. I know, Jason, that it doesn't meet your professional standards, and for that I acknowledge. So, yeah.
The final page of the first part of it is page 11, the earthquake recovery, and it just sits there pretty much on budget for all those components there. The second section of the financial report is the capital expenditure report. As I mentioned before this, and I apologise for the tiny font there. I thought I did print it out on A3, and then when it came out, I thought, I'm not wasting time and money producing it instead on A3 for everybody. But it is part of the report that I sent last night, so you can dig down deeper.
Mr. Chair, the earthquake recovery stuff with the recent change in the criteria, does that affect anywhere budgeting at all? We need anything we have to do there, will change or not necessary anymore?
That that cost centre purely relates to the repayment of the debt that we had as a result of the earthquake. So there's essentially only two components there. It's the earthquake debt repayment, and then we have helping to fund that earthquake debt is the recovery village that we built, transported in YL. So the profit of that's going to offset the earthquake debt as well. Once that is fully repaid, and it will be sort of, I think, in year 5 or 6 of this current long-term plan, that recovery village will just sit as part of the social housing network of the operates, and any surpluses from that will help offset any, help complement the other social housing where we don't make as much money from.
I think what you may be referring to the change in the legislation around the earthquake strengthening of buildings. And that's, and so that is something that's, sits outside of the financials,
Part of the public services in this, for the new councillors is we do have a cost centre called earthquake prone buildings, and that's where we are funding. There is a rate that's struck to build up that fund to specifically do that work, and some of that fund was used in the upgrade of the the soldiers block, and some has been applied to some of the community buildings, but there is still further made to how to utilise that funding in the future, or whether we need to wait for as much in the future as well. Okay, so the next part of it is just the capital projects, and this is just analysing each single project that we have, and how we're monitoring against that, the year to date and the full year's budget. So you can see the actual on page 15 being that 75 million, being the amount that I've got on the front.
So really councillors can have a wee look at that if they've got an interest in a project, and this will give us an idea of where it's at from a perspective for anyway, so. You're pondering. Radio. So perhaps if we just look through the Treasury dashboard.
Yep, so the rest of the financial report, there is a line item there on page 160 around the rate arrears report, and I can report that at the end of November 25, we had total rates of 2.3 million. At the same time in November 24, we had rates of 2.1 million, so it's a little bit higher, and we do have a clump of relatively large rate payers with relatively large rate arrears working on specific debt collection, or we do have a process. I know there'll be one requesting a rates postponement that will come through early next year. And certainly there's a bit more information to be provided to the public excluded section of the Board and Risk Committee early next year. But to offset that amount owing, we've got 997,000 of rates at the end of November that have been paid in advance, and that's almost 400,000 higher than the same period last year. So from a net rates owing point of view, it's 3 million as opposed to 1.435 million at the same point last year.
Reasoning for that? Why would we have so much paid in advance? It's $400,000 more than that. That's a lot. comparative. I mean, this is the person who comes out on the day that it's due.
I don't have an actual reason. Some of it could be that we have been processing lots of rates rebates, and so that money comes in advance. So we've got a lot of ratepayers that have
That makes sense.
received it's not massive, but it does make up. It's lots of
Highest rate payers. They wouldn't be.
No,
and that's the
certainly
highest
not.
rate.
But they would add up.
But those funds have been applied to the rates account, and there's lots with $300,000 or $400,000, $300 or $400 of rates in advance that will be utilised during the year.
Okay.
And some people just like to get ahead of the game, pay all their rates at the start of the year, and then don't need to worry about it. They're great ratepayers, but we don't give them any benefit for doing so. Some councils do provide discounts, but we.
So for the moment, it's a statistic that we're relatively comforted by, but no doubt there'll be ebbs and flows as we get through the year as well. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, so the last component of the financial report is the treasury report, and provided there pages 160 to 162 onwards. So the key points tonight at the moment, and page 166 gives the full listing of the tranches of debt that we hold, and it hasn't changed from November. We've kept it at 92.5 million. With the relevant interest rates, 82.5 is term debt, the other 10 million is short-term debt. We're required to have liquidity ratio, and there is an error on page 163. I don't have 1,000% liquidity, it is 114%. Needs to be greater than 110, so I suppose 1,000 is greater than that, but no, it's 114.68%. We do currently have headroom in our facilities of 13.6 million. You'll note that all the policy compliance objectives there have been met on page 163, and likewise on page 164, all the minimum and maximum policy bands we're compliant with. And again, always, even though it's just one small line item, the all-up weighted average cost of funds, including margin, it's actually dropped to 3.89%. It was 3.93% the same point at the end of October. So it has come down, but in the background, the official cash rate had dropped to 2.25%. Next review of that is in February. The 90-day backdoor rate at the end of November was 2.45%, and that climbed to 2.49%. Currently, as of today, it's 2.485%. So it is running higher than what the official cash rate is, and something Councillor Carthy mentioned, that the interest rates are starting to creep up. So we may have come to the bottom line. Page 167 is the range of interest rate swaps we've got in place to complement fixed component, or to create the fixed component of their interest costs. It's the total swaps of 65 million. 29 of those are future, and 36 are currently live. And you can see the final column here, right there. If that number is a positive number, it means that the interest rate swaps that we entered into are higher than the underlying interest rates. So each time at the end of each quarter, There are a couple of items here where still negative, where the interest rate, the swap rates that we entered in at that point are still lower than the interest rates. And they were done way back in, July, June 21, when the interest rates were significantly lower. And the final page is just where we're saying the blue column, blue line, and weighted average cost of funds, and then comparison against the official cash rate and the 90-day bank bill rate, still sort of a good 1.5% lower now, and that just reflects the fact that the interest rates have come down considerably from the middle of last year, and yes, they start to climb back up. The gap will close up.
Okay, we've had a look at those, but is there questions? All those questions as we've gone through the report, so, sorry.
Just taking a bit of 8.63, Jason. When you get the net interest percentage of income, net interest percentage of rates, I can give you a comparison here.
The total interest as a percentage of rates is probably double. The total interest as a percentage of income, because their total income is about twice as much of it as their total rates. So it should be sort of more 11%. But still well below the maximum of 25%.
Any more questions, councillors, or are you happy to let the information be received?
Thank you.
Chris?
Sorry, apologies. As we run with 90-day papers, swaps as you like to call them, I see we are coming out the end of quite a few. They're starting to pop up. As the interest rate increases, how do you think that's going to affect our bottom end? Do you think it's going to squeeze us? Because they are climbing, we've been climbing yesterday, another one due probably tomorrow or the following day. The Reserve Bank's made it rather than.
That is, the power of having a portion of our debt, a significant portion, we try and create a fixed rate component of that, either through having fixed rate debt or artificially doing it, or doing it through interest rate swaps. So we lock in what the interest rate will be for a period of time. So that, sometimes it works in our favour, sometimes it works against us, depending on the underlying interest rate. So, but that is the cost of having certainty around the amount of interest that we do pay on our debt.
I get that. The question, I suppose, maybe I'll reword it. The question, no. The question, I didn't word myself properly. As we get these interest rate shifts and the caps pending, we will see a tightening. Would you assess that as being what we're looking at in 18 months from now? I know it's crystal ball, but I'm asking, I know.
I had that crystal ball, I wouldn't do it. If the short-term interest rates start to creep up, our overall interest rate will creep up with it, but not to the same extent as the movement in because we've got all these fixed components sitting in there. But you are right, it'll move from the 3.89%. It will go up because a portion of our debt is still floating. So that's there is sort of riding the market. We do have a big chunk of it that is fixed to create a level of certainty. You can go all fixed, and you can be locked in completely. You've got absolute certainty, but you don't get the benefit of the dropping interest rates. But and you can go all floating, and then ride it quite well when the interest rates are low, but when they start climbing up, you're in trouble. And we have experienced that ourselves when we took on lots of, a significant amount of debt to do a lot of the water projects. And the interest rates, the market rates moved from 0.25, 0.5% up to 5.5%, in relatively quick period of time. And we weren't quite prepared for that, and nobody was. We were all
So we have got our eye on the ball with these shifts of opinion.
Oh, yeah, well, I do have a treasury advisor doing that for me, because as much as I'd love to be an expert on, I ain't an expert.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Chris. With that question explored, is someone like mind to receive that information? Thank you, Fiona. Thank you, Tom. We've got questions. To receive that information, please say aye. Aye. Thank you. Thanks, Jason. Radio Graham, we've got the Lagoina request, and as councillors know, this is here for transparency, so perhaps if you just take us through this paper and maybe a question about one or two of them.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it's just a regular update of the council. And I need to apologise. The formal meeting to see which ones are outstanding. I think there were two numbers 4 and 5. Number 6 I know was replied to yesterday. It was quite a bit of work. It's quite an extensive one, so that one's been done. But yeah, I do need to follow up on those other two. And there's one still in progress, number 1, it's past due date, but the relevant officer has requested an extension on that due to their workload pressure, and the person is okay with that. So, do need to follow up on 2 of those, but I'm happy to take any other questions.
Thank you, councillors. Thanks, Pauline, you've got a question?
Yeah, number 1, what is an RID database?
It's a question for the Chief Financial Officer. I think it's a rating information database.
RID?
Oh, yeah, your rating information database. We just after level of information that we have provided them in the past. Their system just needs to be tweaked to be able to provide that to them again. And I just needed to get some
I just wondered what RID was as an acronym.
And of course, maybe it doesn't include any private information.
And number 6, the SNA information, the Environmental Defence Society, is that in regard to SNAs within our district, or?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So it was quite a bit of historical research around SNAs, but also around compliance. Any complaints about SNAs. So I can circulate it to councillors, and just a reminder that our intention is to have a process whereby this information is made public where it's appropriate. So you will be able to go and see the actual information that is provided to these requests. So
yeah, okay, next one. Thank you. Chris?
I have a question, thank you through the chair. Number 7, fire offence, partial transfer of OIO request read sole farm application. What does that attain to?
So often if requests are made through the Official Information Act to central government agencies, it might have information that relates to us as a council. So they're partially transferred to us to respond to. And it was a very minor thing, actually. There was only some communication between us and FEMS about the application at a technical level. So it was quick. We didn't have any objections to it. And if they had come to us, we would provide it. But it does happen quite often. We'll get a partial and transfer to us.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further questions, councillors, is someone willing to move that we receive that information. Thank you, Pauline, thank you, Tom. All in agreement with that, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion is carried, thank you. So we received the monthly performance report. The agenda came out. Okay, so later. We've got a paper copy here in front of us, so Hamish, talk us through these measures, please.
Yep, so the first one you'll see in the water supplies urgent fault resolution at November, we're 7.6 million hours against their target of 4. We had a pretty interesting situation, like water main, we're in the Vulcan line with a blockage that we couldn't find. We thought we had a leak for a start because it was not enough water getting through, but it was getting through sometimes. We had a blockage and it was basically a lump of stone that had probably got in at the time of the repair being done, and it was causing an intermittent blockage in the line depending on how much pressure was in the line. Very difficult to find, but we found it eventually, and we think that it was the cause of that. But what it meant was that we weren't able to respond within the time frame. So that's been an interesting one, quite frustrating. Recycling, we're still not hitting the 31% target. We're quite low on recycling volume, which is kind of interesting. Not quite sure really what's driving that, because we'd expect the recycling volumes to be picking up at the moment, but they don't seem to be. Non-urgent fault resolution on roads, so we just didn't get our November ones closed in time at the end of November. It's out for the rest of the year. Over the page, time, we only got 97% for November, and that was due to some issues with our process. And that cumulative one, which says 99% in green, should be in red. Totally should be in red. You're going to get to 100%. Once you get behind on these ones, you never get to 100%. So that's where we see that.
Any questions, councillors? Report for us, but it's always good to get update on current change. So, no questions? I'm happy to continue. Thank you. Fiona? Or questions? All in agreement with that, please say aye. Aye. That's carried. So that does bring us to the end of our open agenda. But we like to come back into open agenda. So I'll ask for someone to move us into public excluded, but just before I do so, I'd just like to acknowledge, we are at the end of a calendar year, and there's a chance for us all to have a little bit of space between the demand of meeting the need of our community and our constituents, and the demands of gathering all of the information we need to make a fulsome decision for the benefit of our district. And even as a new council in the last 2.5 months, we've actually had to come to terms with some fairly difficult decisions, often related to financial capability, but actually it's not related to the need or the desire, and we've had that very same discussion here today, the need and the desire to work with our community to help them to build the prosperous community that we appreciate. So just in closing, I would just like to acknowledge each and every one of you for the work that you do on behalf of our district, and thank our exec team, Graham, and everybody that participates in getting us reports that are fulsome, that actually provide us with the information we need to weigh up the advantages and disadvantages. And that's not always an easy job. So I do want to acknowledge our exec team for that, and all of the people that work alongside you that we don't often see out the back. And wish you all a very safe and happy Christmas with the people that you care for most. So thanks very much, and I look forward to working with you all in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I please ask someone to help us move into PE? Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Robbie. All in agreement, please say aye.
Aye.
And I just note reasons for it is the same as the minutes that we were hearing, which was the negotiations clause.
Yeah.
Just
So we just need a minute. Thanks, Pauline.